We're go, Vincent.
Okay. Everybody's here? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the April 21 City Council special video meeting. I am Mayor Benson Wong. Tonight's City Council meeting is our second virtual City Council meeting using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We are also broadcasting live on MITV Channel 21 and also on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Bond is participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers. City Attorney Gil Park is participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Some city staff members will be participating from the City Council chambers, but complying with social distancing, and other participating staff members will also be participating, but remotely. Other public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone. Welcome to all, and thank you for joining us tonight. However, before I ask the city clerk to take roll call, I understand that this telecast is actually being watched throughout this country. I'd like to give a shout out to a 30-year veteran Washington City Manager, Scott Staples. Mr. Staples is retired and lives in Arkansas. Apparently there is not much to do in Razorback country, or I should say that there is as much to do in Razorback country as there is to do in Mercer Island during this COVID-19 crisis. I've been told that he and his brothers now watch the Mercer Island City Council meetings as one of their stay home, stay safe activities. Mr. Staples, your friend and our city clerk let us know that you are a big fan, so we thank you for watching. Now, would the city clerk please do the honors and take roll?
Thank you, Mayor, and hi, Scott.
Please ensure that your microphones are turned on for the roll call.
Mayor Benson Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderl.
Here.
Councilmember Jake Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Craig Reynolds.
Here.
And Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum.
Here.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. I've asked Councilmember Jake Jacobson to lead the council in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Jake.
Welcome.
We now move to the first item of business, which is the approval of the agenda. However, before I entertain a motion, I just want to remind folks of the parameters that we have regarding the agendas during this COVID-19 crisis. We're trying to ensure compliance with Governor Inslee's proclamation regarding the Open Public Meetings Act and the Public Records Act, and also be in compliance with the Attorney General's corresponding guidance. Accordingly, the agenda includes those matters that are necessary and routine or are necessary to respond to the COVID-19 outbreak and the current public health crisis. With that in mind, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Neese and a second by Councilmember Reynolds. All those in, oh, I'm sorry, City Clerk, will you conduct a roll call, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Passes and the agenda is approved. Again, other changes that the public will see during this virtual meeting will be the process by which council members will be asking questions and how votes are taken. Again, because it's difficult to keep track of who is asking questions during a virtual meeting, we'll be using a round robin approach for soliciting questions from council members. However, unlike the last virtual meeting, I will ask city council members if they have questions in the same order that they appear on the dais in City Hall. As a result, I'll ask Councilmember Rosenbaum first, Councilmember Reynolds second, Councilmember Anrall third, and so forth down the line. Everyone is being asked to try to limit himself, herself to one question and to one clarifying question if necessary, in order to give every council member an opportunity to ask a question. We'll continue to go around and around because I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions in tonight's meeting until there's no further questions. When it comes time to taking votes, our city clerk, Deb Estrada, will conduct a roll call so that we accurately capture everybody's vote. The next item of business is the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains the approval of accounts payable reports for April 3 and April 10, the approval of certification of payroll dated April 10, the approval of minutes for the April 7 and April 14 special video meetings. Agenda Bill 5682, the Sexual Assault Awareness Month Proclamation. Agenda Bill 5671, claims reporting for electronic funds transfers. Does anybody wish to pull any item off the consent calendar at this time? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Second.
Who is the second?
It's either Lisa or Jake, doesn't matter to me.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to approve the consent calendar. City Clerk, will you conduct the roll call?
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. We now move to the first item of business, presentation on the State Auditor's exit conference. This is Agenda Bill 5680, 2018 Annual Financial and Accountability Audit Exit Conference. And for this, we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond, Deputy Finance Director Lawan Tuttle, and I believe we have 2 or 3 staff members from the State Auditor's Office on the call with us. City Manager Jesse Bond.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council and the community. Pleased tonight to welcome representatives from our State Auditor's Office to facilitate the exit conference. At this point, I'll ask, I think it would be easier, I'll turn the microphone over to Deputy Finance Director Lawan Tuttle and ask I believe we have 2 members of the State Auditor's team with us, if they can go ahead and turn on their mics and cameras if available. And Lawan can provide a further introduction, and then we'll turn the floor over to the auditors. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lawan Tuttle, your Deputy Finance Director. I just want to introduce the audit team that we have with us tonight. We have Wendy Choi, Haji Adams, and Jesse Fleming, who was our lead on site with the State Auditor's Office. They are here to present the exit conference for our financial and accountability audit for the year ending December 31st, 2018. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jesse.
I'm actually going to turn it over to Wendy, who will be doing some introductions.
Okay, so thank you for having us this evening. Hope everyone can see me or hear me and also see the screen with our exit conference packet in front of you. Okay, great. So we'll actually start with a document number 1 titled Exit Conference Agenda. For us, we are from Team North King County. I am Wendy Choi, the audit manager for the Office of the Washington State Auditor. And Jessie Fleming, of course, was the audit lead, auditor in charge. So she was the one performing the engagement and working on site with Lawan and her team. Haji Adams was the assistant audit manager or the supervisor. We'd like to share the results of the 2018 audit. First, with the Office of the Washington State Auditors, our vision is to provide that increased trust in government. We provide independent and transparent examinations of state and local governments. And we're also here as a resource for the city, whether that's during the audit or in the interim, to feel free to reach out to us if there are questions where we can have a collaborative working relationship. If we cannot provide you the answer, since we're the independent auditor assigned to the city, we can get you in touch with the right resources within our agency. At this time, what I would like to do is hand it off to Jesse, who will go over some audit highlights before going into the results of our draft reports.
Thanks, Wendy. So the first highlight I want to go over is just thank you to Lawan and the rest of the city staff for their cooperation and timely responses to our requests throughout the audit. It's always a pleasure working with you, and we especially appreciate it because this year it felt like more of a collaborative effort. And going off of that, just wanting to thank the city as a whole really for their commitment to strengthening the relationship with the state auditor. And then finally, just thanking everyone for their friendly and professional interactions, from our interactions with Councilmember Neese to Lawan, to the city manager. It was all really positive. So thank you for that. Now I'm going to go over the draft report for accountability for January 1st, 2018 through December 31st, 2018. So this, I'm really actually going to skip to page 4. The first page is just a cover page. And then there's a page in there that's just explaining kind of about the audit and then a table of contents. The part that you're going to be most interested in is on page 4, and it says results in brief. So this report just describes the overall results and conclusions for the areas that we examined. Most of the areas we examined, the city actually complied in their operations with all state laws, regulations, and its own policies. However, we identified areas in which the city could make improvements, and this recommendation is going to be included as a finding. So in keeping with general auditing practices, we do not examine every transaction, and no information is provided on the areas that were not examined. So before we dive into the finding, just a little bit more background on the audit. We examined fiscal year 2018. And so during an accountability audit, management is responsible for ensuring compliance with ensuring compliance and adequate safeguarding for public resources, which also includes the design, implementation, and maintenance of internal control. So like I mentioned, we can't look at everything. We wouldn't have time to do so. So what we do is we take a risk-based approach to which areas we audit. So we go through some planning procedures. We meet with a council member, we meet with Lawan, and have conversations with the city. So based on those procedures, we've identified these 3 areas that are bullet pointed down at the bottom for areas that we would audit. And we identified those as being the most risk of non-compliance or most risk of not having adequate safeguarding measures. So the areas we examined were first EFT controls or electronic fund transfers. So those are going to be like direct deposit payments, ACH payments to vendors. And then we also reviewed the fire department, specifically just overtime payments, which included reviewing to see if the overtime was adequately supported and had the proper approvals as far as did someone sign off on the timesheet and checking the overtime. The last area we reviewed was payroll disbursements, specifically a review of timesheets, leave balance accruals, and leave cash outs. And this is actually the area where the finding was in. So I'm going to go over the payroll disbursements in more detail on the next page. So this is the finding over the payroll disbursements that's included in the accountability audit report. The first kind of bolded part is basically just a synopsis of the finding, which the city's internal controls over payroll disbursements were not adequate to safeguard public resources, resulting in errors and overpayments. So kind of how we got here, I'm just going to go over kind of like the process. So The first part is we reviewed the city's policies related to leave accruals, the cash outs, like how much leave can an employee cash out, and at what points during the year, what are the approvals for that? And then we also met with the HR and payroll department just to kind of have a conversation with them about, well, what are you reviewing when you're processing payroll? Just kind of getting an overview of the process. So from this brings us to the description of the condition. So from those conversations and from reviewing those policies, these are the issues that we identified, and that's what this description of the condition is getting at. So just an overview, we just found that the policies were not uniform. We reviewed the specific sick and vacation policies that the city had, and then we also looked at the employee handbook and we compared them and noted that items in both policies, what was actually in policy and then what's being communicated to employees, were not consistent. We also had specific questions from Jesse Bond, the city manager, about directors' compensation, and just gaining an understanding of that, we learned that the city doesn't have a policy over that. And then based on our conversations with HR and payroll, these last two bullet points on the screen, we just identified that the city doesn't have proper reviews over timesheets, leave balance reconciliations, vacation leave cash outs, and then payroll and benefit calculations. So we just noted that timesheets weren't really being reviewed. Certain people are reconciling leave balances, but everyone's reconciliation wasn't the same. And then we also learned during our conversations that employees aren't required to submit a leave slip when they're actually taking leave, and that it was more of an informal process of just telling your supervisor, hey, I'm going to be out. And then if we go on to the next page, we also noted that there was a number of manual checks for payroll, and Lawan brought this to our attention. So these manual checks we're saying are just checks that were being issued for payroll, but not during the city's normal payroll cycle. And just because of that, that should be minimized since it doesn't follow the same monitoring controls as the normal check run process. So next I want to talk about the effect of the condition. So this section really just outlines what we found once we had our understanding of the processes. We wanted to examine actual timesheets and see what is the extent of not having these controls in place. So the first one is timesheets, leave accruals, and leave balance tracking. So what we did was we looked at 2018 and 2019, and we examined timesheets, leave summary reports, and payroll summary reports, or like pay stubs, for 15 of the city's director level employees. And what we found and how we did that was we compared hours on the timesheet to the employees' hours that were listed on their earnings statement or pay stub. And then we also compared the timesheet, specifically looking at if on their timesheet an employee had vacation or sick leave, was that vacation or sick leave also recorded in their leave balance and properly deducted? And so what we noted was that timesheets were not adequately reviewed and approved. Some timesheets had a review and approval, and some just had nothing noted on the timesheet. We also know that vacation and sick leave reported on employee timesheets did not consistently match like an earnings statement. So if an employee's timesheet said they took 8 hours of vacation, their payroll summary might say all of these hours are just normal working hours and none of it was for vacation. We know instances where employees either used leave or received a cash out, but the hours were not deducted from the employee's leave balance. And in some instances, leave balances were overstated by 1.5 to 2 weeks. So in total, we noted 240 hours of sick and vacation leave that was not deducted from employee leave balances, and the city overpaid $24,746 for leave cash outs. From this testing, we also noted 8 employees were allowed to accrue vacation hours over the maximum 240-hour limit outlined in policy, and that 2 employees also had over the 720 hours sick leave in their time balance. The next area we really dove into was disbursements for vacation leave cash outs. So how we looked at this section was we obtained support for the cash outs. The city has a form that they fill out. An employee fills it out and just submits it saying, hey, I want to cash out so many hours. And then we looked at those to determine, did they have the proper approvals on them? And did the employee actually have the leave balance available to cash out? And then finally, once the leave cash out was processed, were those hours deducted from the employee's time account? So that testing revealed 11 instances where leave cash out request forms did not contain the proper approvals. 2 instances where employees cashed out more leave allowable by policy. There's some thresholds, 40 hours or 80 hours. So this led to overpayments of $10,262. And then finally, 2 instances where employees were cashed out for incorrect leave amounts. And this was an overpayment of $14,484. And then lastly, we looked at the manual checks. What we did was we just looked at how many manual checks were issued. And so we know that between 2018 and 2019, there were 921 manual checks, totaling about $1.3 million. And these were for payments to employees for payroll, but were not part of the normal check process for payroll payments like twice a month. And then we also noted some overpayments were made to the Department of Labor and Industries between 2015 and 2018. And this totaled $221,402. And these overpayments were due to non-working hours in the police and fire department not being taken out of timesheets when those hours were reported to L&I. Fortunately, the city was able to recover the full amount of the overpayment, which that's good. So with all this, it's a lot of information. We just had some recommendations for the city. These are just steps that the city could take to improve processes. And speaking with both Lawan and Jesse, the city actually has already taken some action to kind of alleviate this, which is really good. The first recommendation is geared towards those policies and them not being uniform, just tightening up the policies, making sure that the same information is being communicated across policies. And then also just ensuring that staff receive proper training over payroll and making sure that there are adequate reviews occurring over all the payroll payments. And then as a best practice, just making sure that leave reported on timesheets is adequately supported by a leave slip or other adequate documentation. Because we found that sometimes an employee would take leave and nobody would know if they actually did or not. So having a leave slip in place would help support those timesheets and the leave taken. And then also just consistently reconciling leave balances for all employees, just to make sure that those balances are accurate and complete, so that those overpayments that we were seeing with the leave cash outs, those aren't happening. And then we also have just minimizing the number of manual checks that are occurring outside of the normal payroll cycle as a best practice. The next section is really just the city's response. When we issue a finding, the city is given a chance to respond. And this area just details the city's responses, and it includes some information about the changes that the city is going to be making. Are there any questions with the accountability report we're finding?
Jesse, thank you very much for your report here. And I suspect there are some questions by city council members. So again, we're gonna do the round robin, and Dave, Councilmember Rosenbaum, do you have a question?
I do, thank you. Jesse and team, thank you for your work on this. I think everyone probably shares my sentiments here that this is very frustrating, especially in the financial situation that we find ourselves in the midst of COVID-19 global pandemic. My question, I think, Jesse, Bon, and our staff, has kept us up to speed on a lot of this sort of in real time. My question is about the recommendations and sort of next steps. Obviously, from reading the city's response, it seems like the city agrees with recommendations that are made and has already taken some steps to address them. What is sort of the normal cadence, or what do you recommend in terms of a follow-up to sort of verify your recommendations have been taken into account and addressed, and sort of where do we go from here? I think, is sort of where I'm coming from. I think we all agree that this needs to be fixed as, yesterday. But from your perspective, from the auditor's perspective, what makes sense for a cadence to come to a follow-up visit?
Right. This is, excuse me, Wendy Choi with the auditor's office. We audit the city of Mercer Island on an annual basis. So what we'll do when there's a finding, we'll come in to perform the 2019 accountability audit for the city. And one of the things we will definitely do as part of review is to determine what type of corrective action has the city taken since today. Since today's exit conference, it's our formal communication of the audit results. So we'll keep that in mind when we come and perform the 2019 audit. We'll say, okay, beginning with April 22nd, let's take it from here. What are the new potential policies and procedures that the city has implemented? And we'll review that and then also look at any new records that the city may be requiring as documentation now as a result of the finding. And so it'll be, we also recognize this may potentially take time. It doesn't necessarily just happen, within a, overnight. So we'll keep that in mind and be able to give the city what credit you have taken with corrective action, not only in conversations, but be able to corroborate that with your updated written procedures, as well as the actual documentation and controls that are happening.
Ben, can I ask a quick follow-up? So what is the time frame that you would normally look at or start work on the 2019 report?
Right. So typically, as a reporting agency, we wait till the year end is over for the city. And so typically we'll be at the city of Mercer Island. We have some audit clients that do have June 30th and September 30th hard federal financial reporting deadlines, which the city of Mercer Island is not one of our auditees with the hard deadline. So in that case, typically we'll come in to about the fourth quarter of the year, but we can also work with the city if you'd like us in a little bit sooner, sometimes in the summer or after September 30th, we can come in.
Got it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, one quick question, then it's going to imply a follow-up. The quick question is there any evidence that this is a new problem, or do you believe it's been systemic for a while?
For us, at least from the auditor's office, we don't look at every area or in-depth level of controls each engagement, since there is a budget that we have to kind of adhere to. This year, we did do a much more in-depth review for payroll. And so there is that likelihood that this is a practice that may have been occurring in prior years. But depending on the areas that we were looking at, we may have just been performing the testing of payments to make sure they were accurately calculated in compliance with your policy. But this is definitely the year where we did a much more in-depth, almost like a departmental thorough review.
Okay.
This is City Manager Jesse Bond. I will just follow up on that. We do have reason to believe that some of these errors may go back as far as 2015. And in our follow-up presentation to the auditor's exit conference, that's one of the work items that we have, is to continue as staff going back and auditing those additional years.
Thank you. A follow-up question is, recognizing that it's not possible to review everything every year, what lessons, and also recognizing you provided some very good suggestions that have been implemented, it sounds like, for increasing the controls in the payroll processing. What lessons should the city take away in terms of either recommended audit procedures or recommended management procedures that would reduce the risk of similar findings in other departments in future years?
Right, that's actually a really good question, Councilmember Reynolds. We actually have put together, we have the Center for Government Innovation, and it's a group of individuals in our agency that puts together resources for our local governments, especially since we do various outreach for association and conferences. So one of the areas that have been put into through the resource center from our agency is a segregation of duties guide. It's actually a pretty comprehensive 60+ page guide that actually talks about some key accounting systems, payroll actually being one of them. So that is a good resource, which I believe Jesse may have we've shared during the engagement. It's a good resource to use because it talks about here are some of the typical risks that a local government may come across as it relates to payroll, for example. And here are some of the risks that you can encounter with payroll controls that you want to be able to try to segregate some duties. In other words, having that oversight, second pair of eyes. And the segregation of duties guide, what is really neat about it is it's tailored for various sizes of local governments. So whether your payroll department is a one-person operation, two-person operation, or something more complex and larger, it does give some guide, resources, scenarios of here are typical risks you'll see for payroll and how you want to be able to have some oversight or segregation of duties. That is a good starting point from there. And then I think it's just sometimes a thorough review like this does provide an opportunity for management and council to be able to step back and reassess current departmental structures and say, okay, sometimes certain processes are done a certain way because that's how it always has been, but this gives an opportunity to look at other key accounting processes and saying, okay, do we have the proper segregation of duties? And maybe using that segregation of duties guide as a first starting point and saying, what can we can do our own self-risk assessment for the city. And that's actually one of the neat things with the guide. It actually has your self-risk assessment that you perform, that the city can perform on your own internal departments. So you can assess yourselves on the potential areas that should be better segregated or areas that may be working well.
This is Jessie Bond again. I just want to tag on. The auditor's office, as Wendy just mentioned, has programmatic resources available to us. And I contacted the auditor's office, gosh, probably 2 months ago now. Those resources are now available to us. This audit had to conclude first before that team could come in and do work with us. So we're appreciative of the additional resources the auditor's office will be able to provide us and support some of this important transition work going forward.
And that's something we do want to also mention too, like Jesse said, the city has been proactive, receptive to the recommendations. And so like we kind of had mentioned, there were already processes that were beginning and corrective action and steps that were already occurring even prior to today's exit conference.
Great, thank you. Just a reminder to the council members, we just have the access to our state auditors probably for another, I don't know, another 20 minutes or so. And so questions should be directed, if you have questions, you should direct them to the state auditors. There'll be ample opportunity to ask questions of our city manager and her leadership team later in the meeting. So Councilmember Vanderwall, if you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. I don't, but I did want to take a couple of seconds to just compliment our city manager on the proactive and really dedicated way that she's addressed these issues, bringing them to the state auditor's office and really not shying away from identifying problems and taking affirmative action to correct those. So I appreciate that.
Great, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I totally want to echo Lisa there. Thank you for all of that. And I wanted to touch on the analysis they did at the director level. Was there a further analysis you want to do with other staff, or why did you just keep it at the director level?
That came as our part of our conversation with Jessie Vaughn and also Lowan Tuttle. We had to kind of ask them, where do you think the risk is and which are there specific employees? And they had said, let's start at the director level.
And a quick follow-up to that, and somewhere end of November, early December, one of the issues that we had specifically discovered with vacation cash outs was related to a director's vacation cash out. So that's how we ended up with that scope. If we had more time, we would have gone back through all of those records, and we may still, but going forward, vacation cash outs are being processed differently than what they were just a few months ago.
Okay. Councilmember Neese?
Thanks. Jesse, hey, it's great to see you again, and thanks for the hard work. You did a great job. I wanted to ask on the first page of the audit where you identified the priorities, the EFT, the fire department, the payroll. You talk a bit about what other things you contemplated before you picked those three, and tell me specifically if you looked at grant awards and large donations to see if adherence to spending restrictions have been followed or anything like that?
Just the way we do the audit, going back to the most risky areas, just part of our conversations and kind of some planning procedures we performed, these were the risks that we identified. We wouldn't have time to look at everything, but just from like our review of minutes for like donations, we didn't see a whole lot of risk there, but that's definitely something that we could try and incorporate into another audit.
Right. And this is Wendy Choi. Because we do perform that risk-based audit, we have a budget we need to maintain with the city as well. Just for some perspective too, the EFT controls, that's actually a required risk to assess that our state and local governments in general, because now we're seeing from a risk of potential loss or misappropriation, our agency is seeing that risk not so much coming through cash over the counter transactions, but instead it's that cybersecurity risk. And so, the electronic funds controls as a required risk to assess, making sure the city has adequate controls, that if there are changes to EFT payments, making sure that there's adequate controls to ensure that those changes are coming from a valid source, that risk being that it's actually a cyber attacker trying to reroute funds for their personal benefit. So as a result, based on the risk-based approach and the budget and the areas that we did identify, these were the three areas. But we do have a future audit working file where we can add additional things to review or to consider for the 2019 audit as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that response. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Jacobson? Jake, are you on mute?
How's this? Okay. Jesse, thank you for you and your team's effort to do these things, and particularly the specificity of some things that we have to look at doing better. Who makes the decision of what areas you concentrate in the audit? And I've got a follow-up question for that as well.
Right. So how the process works is there's required planning procedures that we perform, reviewing meeting minutes, analyzing the city's raw data for revenues, expenditures, the risk assessment inquiries. So we have some required steps that we go through for planning. And then during those planning procedures, we'll identify potential risks to consider for what we call our brainstorm. For example, if there were significant contracts that were awarded, or anything that we may see in the media or through inquiry. And then what we do is Jesse as the audit lead, myself as the manager, and Haji Adams as the supervisor, we perform a brainstorm together. Given all the list of risks that we have, what are the areas that we want to focus our attention on this year from a risk-based approach, especially since, like Jesse mentioned, there's a budget, so we can't look at every single transaction because we do have to build a city for our time. So as a result, from the brainstorm, that's how we determine these are the areas to focus our attention on. And
is it possible for the city to suggest areas they want you to look at? And what prompts my question probably pretty obviously is, when you come in and do the audit for 2019, will you see how we've done about correcting some of these problems?
Right, absolutely. So there's definitely is the opportunity to let us know, when we're on site, or even in the interim, these are areas we'd like, the auditor's office to consider for the next audit engagement. And then for payroll specifically, because this is a finding, next year when we're here for the 2019 audit, we will be required to perform some type of follow-up. And in the audit report for next year, there will be a schedule called the Schedule of Prior Audit Finding, where we will disclose in the report if the item is fully corrected, partially corrected, or unresolved. So payroll definitely will be an area that we will review and perform follow-up.
And Councilmember Jacobson, this is Jesse Vaughn again. It's confusing, we have two Jessies on the call. Thank you for that question. I will add, the auditors were really close to nearing the end of their audit work when in December I asked for them to go redirect and add on a review of payroll. And I had some specific areas I asked them to look at. And so we made a course, we pivoted mid-process because of a priority that I had identified. And so I wanted to acknowledge them for taking on that work and actually fitting it into their schedule because, again, we were nearly at the end of our process when I determined I needed some assistance. So thank you to the audit team for that.
Well, good on you for having done that. And Mayor Wong, we have an opportunity to ask questions of the city manager about the corrective measures identified in the response separately from this go around.
The answer is yes. We're just trying to get questions to the state auditors at this point. But yeah, opportunity to ask the city manager other questions. And so I'm going to take this opportunity to ask a question of the auditors. One of them, well, first of all, will you have an opportunity to discuss the exit recommendations regarding the accountability, the contingency fund in the fire department? And Jesse and Wendy, was that going to be part of your presentation?
Right. Since we have the finding, typically the exit items, they are lowest level of reporting, best practices, housekeeping items. So we typically don't discuss it during the exit conference, especially when there's the finding, which would take more of the time and attention to discuss. Okay. And great. So I'm not sure how much time, I kind of heard, I think Mayor Wong, you mentioned, are we kind of just slated till about 6 p.m.? And then yeah,
thereabouts. I mean, but I guess if other people have questions of you, we should go ahead and proceed. But I had a question regarding the findings themselves, and you sort of alluded to it in general regarding the city's response. But if you can elaborate more, I mean, do you find the city's response actually responsive, and are there any things that you see there that probably needs to be should be looked at again?
We don't give an opinion on the city's response, but what I would say is this is a very proactive, receptive response. This is what, when we see a response like this makes us feel good because it demonstrates that the city has heard our recommendation and the weaknesses that we brought to this report, and the response just demonstrates that the city is taking it seriously and has these identified steps that they plan to implement and work on in order to strengthen controls that we've identified in this finding. So at least, when reading it, it's a proactive response, and that's what we do want to see. And even as Jesse from our office had mentioned, prior to us really even exiting today, she was already made aware of certain processes that were already in the works of changing in order to correct these recommendations.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Let's just go around and see if other folks have other questions of the state auditors. Councilmember Rosenbaum?
No, not right now.
Councilmember Reynolds?
I'm trying to get organized for one more question. If you could come back to me, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Okay, Councilmember Anderall?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
No, thank you, I'm good.
Councilmember Neese?
So as this is the first kind of televised exit interview, first public exit interview, and having spoken quite a bit about notes and interviews and the work papers that have gone into this, and certainly we've seen the hours that have gone into it, but there has been a lot of work with staff on this. If people in the public are interested in submitting a public records request, can you just briefly touch on who they would do that to so that we don't receive those requests if that is a document that you guys typically release?
Yes, and so if there is an interest from the public to review our work, the general public would just go to our website, which is www.sao.wa.gov, and right there, you're able to submit a public records request with our agency, and then that request goes to our public records officer, and then we'll be able to, we have 5 days to respond on how soon or our timeframe to get the appropriate records to the individual, and then our agency will work on getting the documents over if it's of an interest. We wait till the audit report is issued on our website, and that's when we have that okay to archive our audit file to kind of put the finishing touches on it. So right now, these are draft reports, and so and we'll go over that in a moment, some housekeeping items, but once these are issued on our website, that's when the public has an opportunity, because our documents are subject to open records.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Question. That is, in the course of your investigations for your audit work here, did you find that the software systems or the electronic systems we have to be adequate to be able to perform the accounting functions expected of a city of our size?
You know, that I probably have to, I can't say for certain right off the top of my head without maybe looking at the file a little closer, maybe having more of a detailed conversation with Jesse and Haji. You know, one of the things that we did for the payroll piece, it was gaining that understanding of controls. And so some of the weaknesses that we discussed in this finding is some of the processes were more manual, where it's a human that's involved. And so I would have to get back to you, probably talking to my audit team and looking at the file a little bit closer, if there were system concerns.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
Councilmember Reynolds, back to you.
Yes, it's just a logistical question. Going back and looking at the engagement letter, it made reference to 3 reports, one on the financial statements, one on internal controls, and one on accountability. I see the first and third there, the accountability one and financial statements, but I don't see one labeled as being internal controls. Is it part of one of the other 2?
Right. And this is what we could do. It's part of one of the other 2 in the sense of, for accountability, we gain and understand controls on the key areas we examined. And then if it depends on if you're ready, you give me the okay, but we can move forward. The other pieces, the internal control assessment is also part of the financial statement audit. And that's document number 3 that you have, titled Financial Statement Audit Report. And if you'd like, I can go over that real quickly, because some of the key areas, this is a 11-page report, but we wanted to just highlight a couple of sections from that report. But as part of the financial statement report, we also do gain the understanding of internal controls over financial statement preparation and whether the city's controls were adequate for financial reporting or for your financial statement preparation piece. So that's the internal control component of the engagement letter.
Okay, that would be helpful, because I noticed when reading that document that it went in a couple of places saying, we're not making an opinion on internal controls, even though you have a report on internal controls. So understanding that would be.
So what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, Haji, I'll just take it since our time's a little short, is in the financial statement report, there are a couple components where we're required to disclose as a result of government audit standards. What we went ahead and done is, you have the 3rd document with you, which is the entire report. And we went ahead and highlighted some key pages that we want to draw to your attention. So the first item that we want to be able to draw to your attention for the financial statement report is, just real quickly though, in the report under independent auditors report and internal controls, we are required to disclose that there was a new accounting standard that was implemented, which is disclosed in note 17 of your financial statements, which is regards to other post-employment benefits. We also want to bring to your attention that note 21, because of the timing of completing the 2018 financial statement audit, we're required to disclose if there's any subsequent event matters or the city needs to disclose in your financial statements. And there is a required COVID-19 disclosure that we're requiring all our state and local governments to do, given this time frame of being in the pandemic. There is a potential financial effect for our local governments. It may not be specifically known what that potential effect may be, but a note disclosure, a subsequent event note disclosure was warranted. So that's in note 21. But then now to get to the question of internal controls. So governmental audit standards require us to disclose if there were any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the city's internal controls over financial reporting. So in the audit report, as it relates to financial statement reporting, we are pleased to report that we did not identify any material or significant weaknesses in your controls over financial reporting that had to be disclosed in this report. And the little caveat to that is that we don't review every single control over your financial statement balance numbers. So there may be a control that does exist that could be significant, but at least based on the work we performed in order to meet standards and give you your financial statement opinion, we did not identify such control weaknesses. We're also required to disclose if there were any non-compliance violations that would have an effect on your financial statements for 2018, and there were no non-compliance violations. And then the other piece of the financial statement report we want to bring to your attention is, of course, the opinion. And that's the one that the users are really concerned wanting to look towards is, were these financial statements for 2018 fairly presented in all material respects? And they were. So as a result, we provided a clean, unmodified opinion for the city of Mercer Island, and that's exactly what you want to see. And then there is a 2 matter of emphasis, which we just had mentioned at the beginning of the summary page. So that's kind of the tie-in of the internal control assessment that you've seen in the engagement letter. And so if there weren't any questions, what I would just like to do is real quickly go through some housekeeping items on the exit conference agenda. We talked about the exit items being housekeeping, lowest level of reporting, best practices, not referenced anywhere in your report. Communications required by audit standards. We are required to disclose any uncorrected misstatements that we identified in the financial statements, which I'll go over that real briefly in a moment. And there were no material misstatements in your financial statements that management had to correct. So that's good. That's what you want to see. So real quickly, there were some uncorrected items that we identified in the financial statement, but we would agree with management not to make these corrections to the financial statements. They're small. When you compare to your financial statement numbers for the city of Mercer Island for 2018, these misstatements are not material. If anything, they are a good kind of cheat sheet for when it comes time to prepare the 2019 financial statements. The finance team can use it kind of as a cheat sheet starting point. So these are uncorrected, but as you can see in your audit report, they have no effect on that clean, unmodified opinion. Okay.
Wendy, can I ask a question as far as the materiality? So
yeah.
Given the size of our budget, what would be deemed material? Right.
That's a good question. So from a financial statement standpoint, materiality is 10% or more of, so if we're looking at a balance sheet account, it's 10% or more of your assets. If we're looking at an operating statement number, so your revenues and expenditures, it's 10% or more of either your revenue or your expenditure balance. So it can be quite a large materiality threshold that we would audit to or adhere to. Mhm.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Just realized.
And then real quickly, on page 2 of the exit conference agenda, report publication, I did want to just mention, these are draft reports that we shared today, the accountability report and the financial statement report. Reports are issued on our website Mondays and Thursdays. Luana is our audit liaison. I will wait for her to give us the okay to move forward with publishing these reports. Once she gives us the okay, Luana would get a 2-day email advance notification letting her know that the city's reports would be posted on our website. So probably what I'll do is maybe later this week, check in with Luan. But we did provide a subscription service if you're interested of being notified for not only when the city reports were issued, but other state and local governments. We also included a copy of the management representation letter, which is document number 5 here. And that's just something that we obtain each year from the city. And it's just the city's attestation that in all good faith, the city was responsive to questions we asked, documents we requested. And so we just provided a copy here for council. And then the current audit cost, during the engagement, we estimated the audit cost to be $73,000. And that was as a result of the increase for the in-depth payroll review. The actual cost is just a little bit higher at $74,000. The next scheduled audit will be performed in 2020, and it will be an accountability for public resource and a financial statement audit. And the next audit, the billing rate for that is $72,500. And that's due to part of our engagement that we performed for 2018 was when we had a billing rate of $100 an hour. And then a portion of the audit was when we had our new rate increase, which was effective January 1 of 2020, where we now bill at $113. So next year's audit engagement will include the $113 hourly rate. And just a quick friendly reminder that if there's federal expenditures of $750,000 or more, to notify our office, because the city would then be required for a federal grant compliance audit, which has a September 30th deadline. So we would need to be in here sooner. And then just real quickly, a survey will come out when the report is issued. So any feedback you'd have, we'd greatly appreciate it. And then we've got 2 great resources. Luan and her team are familiar with local government support team and the Center for Government Innovation. Similar to Jessie and the resources that she mentioned, seeking from our center as a result of our recommendations. But just really, if there's anything to please let us know, our contact information is at the end of the agenda. So anything you have, feel free to reach out to us. Any questions? I kind of went through that last piece pretty quickly since we were on our time constraint.
Any other questions from the council? Wendy and Jesse, I want to thank you on behalf of the council for your time and all your efforts in preparing the audits. As Councilmember Rosenbaum said at the very beginning, and I think it's shared with all the council members and also by our city manager and our leadership team, nobody's really excited about seeing the findings. And so I think there's going to be a strong effort to resolve these issues as quickly as possible. But thank you for sharing your thoughts and your recommendations with the city. And so with that, I think we are allowed, you guys can leave the meeting.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. We actually have a break scheduled. I don't know if city council folks, if you want to continue on or if we want to take a 5-minute break. Thumbs up to move on.
Yeah, I'm okay to move on.
Okay. Jesse, is your team ready to go, or?
We are. So here's what I'll recommend. I'd like to move to the next item, the finance follow-up presentation. And the beginning of that presentation will allow us to continue our dialogue about the audit report. And Lawan, before you pull up your PowerPoint, I want to go back to this item. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. So Lawan, this was a document, the summary of uncorrected items. It was related to our financial reports.
Okay.
I was hoping you could just explain really quickly what these items are before we actually jump into your PowerPoint, because it has to do with mostly year-end things.
Sure. So if you read through them, most of them are repetitive and they repeat because they have to list it here by fund that is affected. Most of them relate to the fact of how we actually post our payroll, and it's a timing difference. So what the auditors are saying is that because we post payroll on a cash basis, so we post it as an expense based on the check date, as opposed to the pay period end date. And what they are saying is from a purely academic and full accrual perspective, we should be accruing the portion that is attributed to December of the prior year to the prior year, as opposed to on the check date. So in this error that they're calling out, it's the first payroll in 2019 with a pay period. It was a check date of the first week in January. I can't remember it exactly, but the pay period end date would have been the last week in December. And ultimately what they're saying is we should have accrued those expenses back, and it creates a timing error. But because we did the same thing from 17 to 18, the net effect is about 34,000 of a timing difference on how we post the payroll. And that's why they called it immaterial, because 34,000 across all of these funds really doesn't change their opinion on the bottom line and whether or not it's fairly represented. And again, it truly is just a timing error, not an error in the dollar calculated.
And Lawan, will this issue be resolved in 2021 if we switch to twice a month payroll instead of every other week?
Yes, if we switched from a bi-weekly, which is what we are at currently, to a semi-monthly format in payroll, this would be eliminated. We would no longer have this issue.
Thank you. Before I stop sharing this screen, was there any additional questions on this?
Well, I just wanted to ask if that was characterized as academic, wouldn't an accrual, an accurate payroll accrual, have avoided that extra $600,000 or $700,000 payroll that we're going to see in 20 that wasn't budgeted for?
It would have made the 27th payroll in 2019, in 2019 as opposed to 2020. It would have just shifted it back to 19.
To the period it really mostly applied to.
Correct.
Okay, I'll close this document.
Hey, Jesse, before you begin your presentation, I guess, are you going to have pauses, or is there natural pauses in the presentation? I don't know how many slides you have, but as opposed to waiting for you to complete your presentation, it might make sense to have council members being able to ask questions periodically.
Yeah, we have about 200 slides. Is that okay, Mayor Wong? Just kidding. Yes, we have, actually, it's a bit of a potpourri of a presentation, so there's some natural breaks, starting with follow-up discussion on what you just heard from the auditor. Lawan, do you want to go ahead and share your screen and the PowerPoint?
Sure. And I have one more comment to make just in general. I know that, it's going to be, there's a lot of questions regarding the 2019 year-end financials. I'm hoping that we can sort of complete our review, the council can complete its review of the 2019 year-end. There's a lot to do to begin with as far as getting the budget process for 2021, 2022. And so we have all the members of the leadership team, the finance department here. So council members should feel free. We'll be here as long as it takes to answer any questions that you might have regarding the 2019 year-end. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Lola. Sorry.
Okay. So this is the agenda. I think after each of these agenda items is probably the best place to pause and answer questions. There's only a few slides for each of these agenda items. So I think it will lend itself well to pause it after each to address your questions. So we'll just jump right into some of the things that we've taken action on immediately as we look at the 2018 audit. Then we'll look at 2019 general fund, salaries and wages. Again, this is just a recap of what you've already seen from the April 7th council meeting. And it's really just a dive into salaries and wages for the general fund as compared to budget. From there, we'll look at the left long-term care reserves and try to address some of the questions that have come up on that. As well as the compensated absence reserve. And then we'll take a quick look at some of the initial expenditure reductions we've taken in response to COVID-19. So going straight into the 2018 audit, what staff has already done in response to what you do from auditors. Some of the immediate changes that we implemented are the proper authorization of both timesheets and leave cash out accruals. I think what it's important to say is that we've always had requirements in place that these things be authorized. I think what was happening is we weren't very effective at being consistent in those processes, and especially at the director level. So one thing that we've done in the immediate term was requiring supervisor signature on all timesheets. And requiring a supervisor signature on all leave cash out requests. And what that means is adding that city manager authorization for director timesheets and director cash outs, and then asking the mayor to authorize city manager timesheets, and should the city manager request any vacation cash outs. Again, it's about taking our paper processes, being more consistent, and empowering our payroll specialists to question when those things aren't on the timesheets.
Here, before you go on about our timesheets, unfortunately, it's an extreme inefficiency. Our timesheets are paper still, and pretty laborious process. As we move towards a new electronic I should say technology platform to help us manage human resources paperwork, it will also perform a timekeeping function for us and allow many layers of review and really be a heck of a lot more efficient than the paper process we're doing every 2 weeks.
Yeah, it won't eliminate the need for this authorization. It will just make it a lot more effective and efficient and easier to manage through work.
I also want to note here, our payroll process, too difficult for me to show you on the screen today, but our payroll is also, I'm going to say loosely, done manually based on a whole series of spreadsheets, if you can imagine that. So as we work to transition to a new payroll and HR platform, we will not be using Excel spreadsheets anymore, and we'll be actually using a system. And that will cut down on those errors that are so easy to make in a spreadsheet. And then as soon as you've made a formula error somewhere, if you haven't caught it, it's carried over. And in some cases, it can even carry over from year to year. So lots of opportunity here for improvement.
Some additional changes we've already implemented. We are moving towards validating leave accrual balances internally. So that means additional reviews, additional authorizations, and making sure that on a more regular basis, we are reconciling leave taken on timesheets to leave paid in the payroll system, and making sure that those balances are reflected as deductions on their leave accruals, so that we don't run into this place of where we have accrual balances that are overstated at any given time. We are also, effective June 1st of this year, moving towards limiting the number of manual payroll checks that we do to emergent situations only. We're in the process of drafting a policy and procedure that communicates that to staff. and defining what emergent means and who gets to authorize and define what that means. So that is in progress with HR right now and should be sent out to all staff fairly quickly to make this change happen.
Who signs those checks when they're created manually?
They are currently signed by authorized signers for our bank account, and right now that is the city manager and the chief administrator.
Thank you.
Jesse, when do you expect that the new financial software that will allow us to get out of paper jail is going to be online and operating?
I wish I could say by tomorrow. We're planning to deploy it by the first January 1, 2021. We have quite a bit of work to do. We're under contract for the system, so we have the system. We've actually had it for several months. Ally was in process before the pandemic hit. Part of what we need to do this year, Councilmember Jacobson, is we need to make sure it's quality data in if we want to get quality data out. So some of what you're hearing, this cleanup that needs to happen, is to make sure that as we enter all of the payroll information, all of the records into this system, it's done accurately. You may recall, I think it was sometime in February, I had mentioned needing to come back to you, Council, and asking for authorization, not only to complete some additional audit work, going back on we need to go back to 2015, in my opinion, and audit all of payroll to make sure we don't have any other errors we're not aware of. And then it was making the transition to this new software platform. We needed some resources to help get us there. I think I may have actually talked about this at the planning session. I stand corrected. So right in the moment that we were getting ready to pull this together, we had a pandemic. Ally and I are talking now about the revised work path, because we want to get there by January 1, 2021, no exceptions. This is absolutely a top priority. And the way we're doing all of our payroll timesheets, even our HR paperwork, is incredibly inefficient. So
along those lines, do you plan on running the payroll thing parallel, some paper and some on the new system as a double check or as a verification?
That's a good point. There needs to be a transition plan to make sure our new system, we haven't unintentionally built in an error or something. Yeah, and I want to say too, this may not be apparent, HR and payroll processes, I don't know, Lawan, help me out. We're run separately from finance. So the payroll function is actually in the Human Resources Department. That's something that we need to talk about. We have a number of scenarios that we can look at just to make sure there's that extra set of eyes on all the transactions happening in payroll. And we have Lawan with really an incredible accounting background. She has been one of the people that's been very critical to working through all of this. She has eagle eyes and she has a great memory. So that's something else we have to figure out internally, is where do we have our checks and balances?
Lawan, do you have any more slides on the 2018 audit?
One more. Two more.
Okay, and then we'll go ahead and ask for questions. Go ahead.
Sure, they'll go quick. Again, we've covered a little bit of this with Jesse, but overall human resource policy improvements, trying to make them more specific, actually drafting director-specific benefits policy. I think you heard the auditors say it just didn't exist. I'm in the process of creating that and having it reviewed. It has been drafted. Bringing some consistency to our leave cash out policies across all group of employees. And you've heard Jesse talk a little bit already about the implementation of NeoGov, which is the software that will help us automate both human resources functions and people. Again, we're looking and making it a priority to get away from so many of these manual processes that currently live in Excel and are prone to sort of human error, if you will. And overall, the priority is obviously to address not only the audit issues and make sure they never happen again, but easier in general on staff. They do timekeeping and accruals and have some confidence in payroll and benefits. This is the final slide for the audit, kind of what's in progress. You said this a couple of times, but we are committed to doing a detailed internal audit of payroll dating back to January of 2015 to make sure that we haven't missed anything either through the audit or through our own sort of corrections of errors. This table that you see here was also included in the agenda bill. And some corrections that we've made staff in 2019 and that are ongoing in 2020. These are in addition to what you've heard from the auditors for their exit report. We have some corrections for reporting of retirement for a couple of employees over 2019 and 2020. We have some late fees as a result of not submitting payroll and hours of earnings to DRS in a timely manner. Again, that was in 2019. And salary and benefit corrections that we discovered, and then again, some outside help for human resources and legal assistance related to human resources that are ongoing in 2020. That's really it for my slides. If we want to take questions regarding what you heard either from the auditors or our follow-up on those issues.
Thank you, Lamont. Councilmember Rosenbaum, do you have any questions regarding the 2018 audit presentation here?
I don't have any questions. I mean, just to reiterate what I said before, obviously very frustrating to learn, throughout the process about this. I would just ask that you just continue to sort of keep us posted on this as we go forward. I want to thank you for doing that. I know we all appreciate the transparency, but especially as these things are implemented, if you just, keep us posted and any help that we can give, please, let us know.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, if you could just educate me on one thing. What's the implication of the timesheets for the director level staff? I would assume naively that all of them and probably a lot of the other city staff are exempt employees. Do their timesheets impact their compensation, or is it just a cost allocation issue?
Mostly.
And a follow-up question would be, do they get comp time for the exempt employees?
No, exempt employees do not get comp time. It's mainly to make sure that somebody, myself, in the case of the directors, is ensuring that when a director says they're on vacation, that the vacation leave is actually marked on their time card and recorded. That was one of the errors the auditor noted, and I can't say if that was specific to director timesheets, but that on occasion, the leave that was tracked on a timesheet did not align with what was reported in our payroll system. So it's just a double check on leave balances.
So if somebody works 8 hours a day or 11 hours a day, it doesn't make any difference for their compensation in any way?
No.
Correct.
Okay.
And I will just add that our exempt employee timesheets as they stand are exception reporting. So it really is about capturing full days taken for leave accrual purposes, whether it's sick or vacation or personal.
Okay,
We actually didn't touch on this. We had another inconsistency we discovered in the last quarter of 2019 regarding exempt time cards. In some cases, some exempt employees were taking partial vacation days. Some were, not, and that was something we addressed internally. So exempt time cards are now being carefully reviewed. If you're off, you're off. There's no more partial days as an exempt employee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Nope, I'm just looking forward to seeing our tech platform when it gets here.
Councilmember Neese?
So Jesse, looking at this slide and looking at some of the incremental costs that you have because you have an open position in HR, let me ask that real quickly. How many open positions do you have in HR and what are they?
Technically, we have a vacant human resources director position. It was not my intent to fill that position. I reclassified Ali Speets to a new role, and her title is Chief of Administration. She now, as part of her duties, oversees HR. So we have a less, and some of the savings from the director position in HR actually go to cover Ali's salary. We may still, and I think this is what I had touch base with you on, I may need to use some of those resources to help with this one-time work. And frankly, Ali and I have not, and Lawan as well, I've not really had a moment to come up for air from all of this to really think through what the right structure is for HR going forward. We have made a decision to outsource bargaining work, and we issued an RFP for that. So that decision was made. We have a consultant that will be able to support us on that. Other than that, Councilmember Neese, so we've got a vacancy, haven't filled it, don't have a recommendation yet on what the final structure of this department should be.
That's where I was heading. I was looking at the incremental cost. I was looking at the results of the audit, and the genesis of many of the findings were in the procedures that were in HR. If there is that much consternation over the HR function within the city, I wanted to hear how you were thinking through the possibility of outsourcing that department completely, knowing that it's something that is not, it's not our core competency, and it's something that needs to be someone's core competency.
Sure. Councilmember Reynolds, we lost your camera there. There you go. Absolutely. Still working through that, Councilmember Neese. My anticipation would be as we prepare for the 2021-22 budget, we will be back with a recommendation on what the structure of the department should look like. Still doing a lot of crisis management. I want to be honest. This information you have on your screen, it summarizes a number of transactional errors. It looks like there's maybe 5, but there's probably a couple dozen buried into that summary table. So we need to keep working through this and really focus, Allie, myself, and the finance team on how this comes together going forward.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that the procurement of NeoGov wasn't a precursor to, we're going to stay the course. And it sounds like that's a decision that's yet to be made, and it could go anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we move on, Allie Speets is somewhere in the background, and I wanted to make sure, Allie, anything else that you wanted to mention? Not to put you on the spot, although I will. You've been really just focused on HR exclusively for, I think, 4 or 5 months now.
Yeah, it's a learning process for sure. I think that we're at a really unique place where we can formalize a lot of our past practices, and we can work to make future policies better. I think the implementation of NeoGov will be very helpful, but just because it's automated doesn't mean that it runs on its own. So as Jesse said, we really do need to look at how it's going to integrate into our systems and then how it's run. And like Jesse said, it's been a couple months of putting fires out. So I'm hoping we can get to a place soon where get back to a little bit more of the regular work. But it's been going.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I have a couple of questions. Question number 1 is the NeoGov system separate and apart from the financial accounting system we've been talking about, or are they all of a piece?
No, separate systems, Councilmember Jacobson. This is specifically a payroll system, and it will also allow us to electronically track all of our personnel paperwork. You may have seen a note in the financial reports about us needing to focus on the security of our employees' personal information, so we'll do that. We'll also really help streamline our performance review process and make all of that automatic, which is also done on paper as well. So I'm probably missing a few features, but there's Allie. She's gonna fill in the blanks.
Yeah, so the other module that NeoGov has is the hiring process. We currently use GovJobs today through the eGov Alliance, and that's going away in 2021. So the third part of this tool, this software will allow us to do our hiring, and almost every city in Washington, King County has joined Government Jobs today, which is, or governmentjobs.com, which is the NeoGov platform.
So the other thing, and this will be a phase two, I don't want to make a time commitment because personnel needs to come first, but NeoGov will also allow us to automate our volunteer screening and applications and management, which is done manually across multiple departments. So once we get the personnel paperwork and payroll running, we will be able to then look probably, let's say optimistically by 2022, to get all of our volunteer paperwork automated as well. And that's an efficiency across Parks and Recreation, YFS, and other departments as well.
Okay, my
Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, we've discussed, you know, going forward with a new system and then a look back. And the question I would have that I don't expect an answer to at this point, but it's more of a contemplative thing is, we do have limited resources across the board, not the least of which is in the city manager's thing. How you guys stay on top of everything is a source of constant amazement to me. But at any rate, I wonder if the return on investment for looking back is less important than putting these systems and putting our effort into putting the systems, making them operational. I guess that's an opinion and not a question. So at any rate, the final one would be, it would be helpful to me and probably stop me from asking picayune questions if we were to, like a construction schedule for when these things will take place is created, that's by you guys, so that we have some idea of what's going on. We can ask questions off the record or on, in council meetings. Okay, where are we on this? Where that makes sense, at least this whole construction stuff. So
we were in progress with a pretty fine-tuned work plan schedule for all of this, and we got hit with the pandemic. So give us probably till the first week of June. Ali and I are resuming work on this. Lawan's involved. Matt Mornick in finance is involved. Actually, most of the leadership team members are also involved. And we'll come back to you with a roadmap on what this looks like. I do want to come back, Councilmember Jacobson, to your point about the look back. I generally agree. I'm at the point where I'm ready to move forward and get things fixed. One of the reasons that we feel the need to do a look back to January 2015 for payroll is if we made an error, and we have made this error a few times now, and overpaid an employee, they owe that money back to us. Per state law, you cannot generally overpay an employee. It's a gift of public funds. And because we've discovered a few of those errors, we want to make sure we catch them now, because it's pretty horrific when enough time passes that then we have to put a payment plan together. It's really damaging to the employee. Likewise, we have had some errors that we made with retirement. And when we made those errors, we actually owed that money back to the employee, which is that top line on the screen you see now, Department of Retirement Systems Corrections, two sizable amounts of money in 1920 that we had to correct due to errors that were made. So I want to, we have a reason. 2015 demarks a staff transition that happened. That's why we've selected that year. And we've already chased back a number of things. So I'll have to, again, get with Ali and Lawan and really map out what the rest of this audit might look like and what resources we would need to complete that work. But for our liability and also for the sake of our employees, I do want to take this one step backwards, just to make sure we've caught everything we can.
Well, I'd like to, that brings up one more thing, and then I'll shut up, Mayor Wong, temporarily. I'd like to express my enormous appreciation and respect for the manner in which you have acted rapidly on these reports as irregularities have come to pass. acted on them and taken corrective action and taken the bull by the horns. I think it's highly commendable, and I think the city owes you a great, and the residents of Mercer Island owe you a great vote of thanks for having done that, because I also think it sets a tremendous tone for your administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Team effort by far.
So I have a couple of questions for the city manager. Hey, Jesse, and this dovetails to what one of the things that Councilmember Jacobson raised. In terms of the recommendations and responses by the city to the 2018 audit, I'm hoping that you're going to, at least in your planning schedule, come back periodically to give us an update on what actions have been taken.
Yep.
That's just a general comment. I'm just hoping that that's part of your thinking, so that we have an idea of what's actually being implemented.
Sure.
And then, speaking of implementation, it sounds like some of the stuff has already started. I'm just curious, staff-wise, how's that being viewed, and what's the response by staff in terms of changing process and procedures?
Generally supportive. The leadership team's been great. We haven't rolled out a whole lot of details to the full staff yet, although I believe the staff knows, for example, we're working on an update to the employee handbook. I don't think our employee handbook has been updated since 2012, Allie. So they're aware of some changes coming. Did I get that number right? Wrong?
You are correct, yes.
Yes. Yeah, so we'll be working with our teams on these changes. Some of these changes we do need to work with our bargaining groups on. For example, you heard us reference the semi-monthly payroll. We really think that is a critical change to make for the city. It cleans up a lot of the reporting challenges we're having, and even some of the year-end accrual work. We do have to go back to the bargaining groups and work with them on that change. I hope if they've watched this presentation, they'll have a better sense of why that needs to happen, and that's a best practice. So the employee handbook is another item, Mayor Wong, that we need to work with our bargaining groups on. So a lot of work is being done right now in draft. Again, I'll remind you, Allie Speets has been redirected for about 8 weeks on the COVID-19 response, working on HR matters there. So we need to free up some of her time to get back to these other matters.
Sure, thank you very much. Okay.
Mayor Wong, if I can just point out too, I wanted to make sure the council was aware or reminded of this. We brought on an HR consultant at the beginning of the year. You met Stephanie Brown at an earlier council meeting. She came in to speak with you about the classification and compensation study. We felt that we needed some additional horsepower, just expertise. She's a former HR director. We haven't engaged with her in several weeks, but she's here helping us. We also have outside legal counsel that we've retained, just again to support B.O. Park in his office and their work. And because this, all of this HR work has, it does take a lot of resources. So these are one-time team members that we've brought in to help us make some critical transitions.
Okay. Thank you. Luan, you want to go to the next?
Benson, before we jump to that,
Yeah.
Can I just ask one remaining question?
Sure.
So City Manager Bond, since you brought it up, you said that going back to 2015, it's incumbent on us because of this gift of public funds. But the auditor found that there was overpaid amounts of leave cash outs of 24,746. There was 14,484 overpayments for incorrect leave. There was 10,262 for cashed out more leave than allowed. Those all obviously are related to people that are no longer here. Is it incumbent on us to go get those funds back?
We had an initial legal opinion, Councilmember Neese, that we may not be able to. I don't have it in front of me. It's different, and again, I might need B.O. if he's on the line, if he can remember any of this conversation previously, or Allie actually. I know we asked outside legal counsel for an opinion on this. Are either of you recalling the opinion? I think there's a difference between salaries and wages, and
Well,
yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean,
the legal opinion was provided. We sought a legal opinion, but if we're going to formulate a plan or a strategy to go back, that's something that we need to discuss in executive session, because it will most likely involve potential litigation if it comes to that. So I would prefer we discuss this in the executive session, and I believe our city manager is planning on holding an executive session, if nothing else, to clarify such issues. So
I probably need to get back to you on that one, Councilmember Neese.
All right, very good.
Okay. Lalonde, the 2019 general fund.
Sure. So we are just, for the 2019 general fund, going to take a closer look at salaries and benefits. And again, this is a follow-up question from the April 7th council meeting when we did the year-end financial status report for the general fund. This table should look familiar. It was in the agenda bill, and I think also in the financial status report. And again, it's just a high-level look at where the general fund ended as of year-end 2019 by category of expenditures. If we run the numbers, salaries are budgeted at 52% of overall general fund expenditures, benefits at 19% of overall general fund expenditures, for a total of 71% of the general fund. We were really in the business of people, and all the services that the general fund provides are dependent on those people. That's just sort of a perspective, and then we'll dig a little bit deeper into why salaries and benefits ended the year at 100% or just over 100% of budget overall. This next slide is, again, salaries and benefits for the general fund in total as compared to budget and where we ended the year. And again, it's slightly over budget. That's a dollar amount of $98,000 over what we originally budgeted. And the agenda bill goes into a lot of detail on sort of what led to that, despite having a large amount of staff transition over the year. And just to recap a couple of the bigger impacts in certain departments real quickly, we'll just kind of go down the line. The city attorney's office. So the former city attorney left. We had an interim assignment, and the assistant city attorney stayed vacant for most of the year. In the city manager's office, we ended the year slightly over budget for salaries and wages. And that was really due to a 6-week cash out of the former city manager. And at the same time, we assigned a new interim city manager. So we had basically an overlap of 6 weeks of paying the equivalent of 2 city managers. The finance department actually ended under budget, which is not surprising because the entire staff turned over with the exception of 1 or 2, but all of us are in either new roles or different roles for those of us that do remain. So we had a retirement in February, we had a retirement in June, we had the former finance director separate in October, and another retirement in December, and a lot of transition in there. But the good news is, with all of that movement and cash outs, we still ended under budget of $25,000. The fire department, again, 2 vacancies, a fire marshal and a firefighter, and a lot of short-term vacancies in the fire department due to military leaves, on-duty disabilities, FMLA leaves, and all of those things, because of minimum staffing requirements in their agreement, lead to overtime backfill. The vacancies in the fire department and the police department don't act quite the same as they do in other operating departments, because we do have an obligation for minimum staffing to backfill those vacancies, which leads to overtime overages. The Parks Department, a lot of movement in the Parks Department in 2019. The Parks Director was assigned as the interim city manager, now your regular city manager, and that led to a lot of shuffling and interim assignments throughout 2019 for the Parks Department. But overall, for the majority of 2019, they had about 2 full-time vacancies. And then again with police, a retirement and a vacancy, leading to some backfill with overtime. what does that all mean at the end of the day? What is the dollar impact as we have cash outs and separations and retirements and backfills with overtime? Overall, this table recaps what that impact was and how much of that was budgeted versus not. So as we kind of look at this table, we do budget some impacts for pay for performance and market adjustments. We missed the mark by about 74,000. Vacation cash outs, tried to break that out between one time and versus those that happen per policy for regular and ongoing employees. So we have separations versus retirements and then cash outs per policy. You see a budget there of 49,000 for 2019, and that is 100% in the police department. So they did plan for some regular cash outs and a retirement. And then overtime, again, we do budget pretty decent budgets for police and fire overtime, but due to vacancies and backfilling those, they did go over budget. And again, that $526,000 over budget ending the year really was absorbed in the general fund budget, salaries and wages, because we have the capacity from those vacancies over time.
So Lauren, did you have another slide on this or?
No, that's really it. So it would be questions regarding salaries at this point.
I thought, why don't you go back a slide? I wanted to make sure council members had a question. If you have any concerns or questions about specific departments, what was happening in 2019, just a reminder that all of the directors are participating in this meeting and they would be more than happy to field questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Well, I'm sure there are some questions. Councilmember Rosenbaum, do you have any questions at this point?
I don't have anything right this second.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds?
Maybe. Can you go to the next slide? I'm trying to understand how to reconcile this slide to the prior slide. Should it tie out? The slide showed us being over budget by 98,000, and this one is over budget by 526,000 or by 27.
No, they shouldn't. They won't necessarily reconcile. I think the point of this slide was to sort of bring to the surface those items that were one time or that were driving those over budgets in different departments. So again, this is a 526,000 by category that was unbudgeted and was ultimately absorbed in this grand total of actuals. So as compared to budget of 16.7 million, actual salaries and wages postings or costs were 16.8 for a total overage of 98. And embedded in that 98,000 is all of these actual costs. So of this 16.8 million in actual costs, this 2.1 represents one-time costs that were covered in the existing budget.
When we, you may recall, I think later in this presentation, we're going to talk about the compensated absence reserve. And we did not use that reserve for any of these separation or retirement cash outs in 2019. Although this is certainly pointing to maybe a need to review how that reserve is used when we have higher than normal, and I'll use those words loosely, separations or retirements and cash outs.
Okay, so the fact that we've got 527,000 here, I'm assuming these were intended to be the one-time costs you were looking for. That suggests there was a 429,000 one-time savings going the other way somewhere else. Were those primarily the savings from position vacancies?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Anderall?
Yeah, thanks. I have a couple of questions. I know we're supposed to only have one, but I'll ask them both together and maybe we can get a single answer on them. One is, why isn't the compensated absence reserve being used? And two is, what sort of a backup plan is there for fire in particular to not have these, what I see as rather large levels of overtime in the future? I mean, is there any ability to have retired people on call, you know, who can sub in, as opposed to paying overtime every time somebody's out, which seems like that's a pretty predictable. Lots of people are out on either FMLA or military leave or disability. So those are the questions that were raised by this part of the report for me.
Sure. Let's take compensated absences first. You know, Councilmember Endel, in the short time I've been here, this topic has come up many, many times. And to the extent I'm aware, we've never used it. We've simply, as people separated, because there's usually a lag between the separation and when the position is filled, the practice has been to absorb those costs as part of that department and the department's salaries and wages line item. Whether or not that's the right thing, I think it's a really good time going into the 2021-22 budget to talk about how we might use that reserve. Is the reserve the right amount? Again, I want to point to 2019 being a year where we had quite a bit of staff turnover that may have been an opportunity to use the reserve. This year, in 2020, unfortunately, we've had some layoffs, which also resulted in cash out of vacation balances. So both 19 and 20, there's certainly an opportunity to talk about that policy. It's the council's discretion how we use the reserve. I have Chief Heitman somewhere on the line, so I'll ask him to turn on his video and his microphone. Just a reminder, for fire, we had started an organizational assessment and hired a third party to come in and put a fresh set of eyes on our fire department. That work was in progress, and I think we're close to having a report. It may have been slightly interrupted by the COVID-19 response. Did I get Chief Heitman?
I'm right here, Jesse.
Oh,
good evening, Council. Chief Heitman, your fire chief. Yes, that report has been delayed with COVID-19. I'm waiting to get the first draft of that. I just sent an email today to our representative to see where that status is with that. Back to your question as far as could we hire people to backfill? No, we cannot. By contract, they have to be a member of Local 1762, which is our firefighters. And so whenever there's an overtime that is required, it is filled by Mercer Island firefighters.
Chief, can you talk, 2019 was an unusual year for your team. Can you shed some light on that?
It was. We had, it was kind of the perfect storm. We had, we've had a number of FMLA related time off, and since that law has come into effect, we've had at least one baby almost every year. We do not currently budget for that, just because of it's still a partial unknown. We had some, but we had 30 weeks worth of FMLA leave used this last year. We also had higher than normal duty related disabilities that went on. We had a jury duty that they ended up getting on a case that went 10 weeks. We haven't had to deal with that prior. And military leave is another new one that typically is not as involved. Instead of the 1 weekend a month, and if it fell on their shifts, we had to relieve them, and the 2 weeks during the summer, because of things going on in the world, we ended up losing our individual for 28 shifts or 672 hours. And so again, it was just kind of an unprecedented year for us as far as the time off that was needed. We had the highest amount of overtime hours that we've had since I have been a member of the department, and I believe it's in the history of the department.
While we have Chief Heitman, are there any other questions on fire overtime?
This is Benson. Chief, I'm sorry I'm taking it out of turn here, but I guess just as a follow-up. So you say this was an unprecedented year, I guess. I mean, I know you can't, there's no crystal ball here, but you know, the amount of overtime is significant, and I'm just trying to, I know we're all trying to grapple with this and trying to figure out, are there ways that this number might be reduced? I mean, what do you see going forward?
Well, that's what we're hoping to find out in this fire services analysis is kind of a view of the way that we staff, which is there are 9 firefighters assigned per platoon. We have 3 platoons. At any given time, somebody's either on vacation or Kelly Day, which is an FLSA requirement in time off. So there's typically 7 firefighters on duty each day. When one calls in sick, we have to backfill that with overtime. And so we've always taken a look at that. We've always balanced it out. If we were to hire more firefighters and be able to keep our minimum staffing levels where they are, what would be more cost effective? It's always been more cost effective to pay the overtime. The last few years, though, we've been seeing those numbers go up. And part of it is the leave laws are more generous. And so we don't have a choice in whether or not somebody can take leave. It's required by law, and therefore we have to backfill them. I'm hoping that we have a better year this year. So far, it seems to be that way, although we do still have someone on a duty-related disability right now. And hopefully they'll be coming back soon. We do not have any projected births coming to the department, so I'm hoping that our FMLA use will be down. But again, you never can predict when that's going to be utilized. So with the results we're hoping to get, we're going to at least have a better idea if we have to make a decision going forward. Do we need to upstaff the department to help cover some of those costs, or continue doing business the way that we've done business?
Chief, could I?
Mayor?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is Lisa. I just had a follow-up question on that. Related to my question about, well, can you have somebody on reserve or something like that? Are you able to hire part-time employees who would work, maybe half shifts, or half of the shifts, a full shift, but only half of the time, so that they would be then available to backfill on a non-overtime compensated basis?
Not with the current contract. The union would have to agree to that.
Okay.
Councilmember Neese, can I, before you ask your question, does Deputy Mayor Weicker, do you have a question?
No, but I was going to ask the same question and give the chief a chance to explain the overtime issue. And I think our police chief might want to talk about that too, because he has similar issues with minimum standards and union issues. So Ed, I'm putting you on the spot.
Chief Holmes?
Yes, seeing if I can get this to work. Are you there? Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you. Last year we were down 4.75 officers in patrol. So we have 21 assigned to patrol, but we had 1 officer out the whole year on a disability. We had 4 other officers leave the department permanently. 1 did not pass probation. 1 went to another department, he lateraled to another department. And we had 2 retirements. 1 was mid-year, 1 was at the very tail end of the year. So that didn't trigger as much of a problem for us. But so 4 were not in the department. We also had an officer go up for military leave. We had a couple others on disability. And we have, when someone's in training, I can't count them as a solo officer. So they were paired up with other officers. So the previous 2 years, we averaged a deficit of 3.5 officers for each month. In 2019, it was closer to 5. It was 4.75. So then we have to backfill on overtime to the extent we try to avoid that if we can. But when we can't, we have to backfill on overtime.
Any other follow-up questions, Deputy Mayor?
Nope, and it takes a while to get those officers in out of officer school, right? Isn't there an 8-month lag for that, or 12?
Yeah, thank you. It's a significant lag. It's a year plus, depending on how soon they can get into the academy. So there's usually a few months lag to get them into the academy. The academy itself is 4.5 months. Then they are paired up with another officer, a field training officer, for another few months. Then they're finally a solo officer, but that takes a really long time.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese, sorry.
Yeah. So Chief Heitman, I wanted to ask, the 13,600, so if we go back a slide and we look at the overtime on fire, 13,600, is that the total overtime hours for the department, including the unbudgeted?
Yes.
And that being said, what percent does the 13.6 represent of the total non-overtime hours of the full department?
It represents just over 50% at that point, because the other thing that we had was that we had a firefighter retire in February. We had actually gotten permission to do a hire ahead and hired his replacement in January. They started the academy. They did not complete the academy. We couldn't hire another individual until later in the year, and they started their academy in August.
Maybe I'm asking the question. I might be unclear in the way I'm asking the question.
The total unfunded overtime was about 6,600 hours of that 13,000 hours. So I'm not accounting for the regular sick leave use, training, anything.
I'm just trying to compare police to fire, and I will be able to do that if I can get to the question or the answer, which is how many people total are in the fire department, just approximately?
There are 28 firefighters on the line.
And so your regular hours is roughly 2,000 times 28?
2,496.
I see.
They work a 48-hour work week. And one of the other items that differs with police and fire is, and Ed, correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but it used to be, firefighters cannot earn comp time. That was abolished about 18 years ago because we do not have the ability to take comp time off. It results in overtime anyways. Whereas the police, because of their schedule and how they rotate, they can take their comp time off. And so I believe that's part of a savings. Ed, does that sound right?
Police officers can earn comp time, although right now there's a freeze on that. But yes, have been able to earn comp time.
Well, what would be useful, and I doubt we'll get to it tonight, is to know what percent of the 5,600 hours in PD of overtime, what that represents in terms of regular time, and then the 13.6 the fire had versus regular time. It's just very difficult to try and compare apples to apples here, not knowing what those are.
I would be shocked if you ever get an apple-to-apple comparison between police and fire on that, because we have several factors involved in that, which are some of our overtime hours are tied up in acting pay. There's a differential on whether or not they're an acting lieutenant or an acting watch commander. We've got, whether it's dive team or the fire marshal office or any of those hours are included in the totals that we have.
I see. Well, it would be, I don't know what metric you would use to decide whether to staff up. You know, when you get to 13.6, you know, is it 15 that makes you the ROI to add another person? I don't know how you make that decision.
That's always been the challenge, is basically we've gone back through and said, if we'd hired, let's say, an additional 3 people and filled the shift so we had 1 extra person on duty, where would that have eliminated overtime throughout the year? And it's always been cheaper to pay the overtime, because anybody you hire is still going to get time off. They're still going to get sick. They're still going to get overtime pay if they get on a specialty team, all of those things that have to be factored in as well.
All right, thanks for that.
I will just remind the council, we did hire a consultant to take a look at fire operations and expect to bring that report back. It's not scheduled yet, so the chief and I will get together and think through when that might happen. I'd like to do it, if we can, maybe by this summer, so that we have some information headed into our next budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson? Jake, you're on mute.
In Public Works, what accounts for that overrun on budget?
The Public Works in the general fund is limited to right-of-way, and it also includes for this table facilities. That overage is due to the fact that we budget our 2 facilities maintenance FTEs. We split them out between general government and capital programs, and I believe their actual charges leaned more towards the general fund and general facilities than capital projects in 2019. So the way that we budgeted versus how they actually charged out was a little bit different, leading to some overages in the general government work.
So then would there be a corresponding credit on the capital side of it?
Correct.
Thank you.
The other thing I'll add to is that we had the snow response in 2019 where we had crews crossover and help with the right-of-way maintenance during that 2 weeks of response, which is charged.
Great, thank you. This is a question again for both chiefs. I'm just curious, as far as the minimum staffing requirements, how are they set and what's the basis, I guess, for those?
From the fire department, it's 3-person engine companies that cross-staff both the engine and the aid car, depending on call type. So we have 3 people down at Station 92. We also have a company at Station 91, and then both stations are overseen by a battalion chief. So we have 7 on duty for that.
But how is that 7 determined as the minimum number? Is it? It's not statutory. I mean, I'm just kind of curious.
It's basically by best practices.
Okay.
And the actual recommendation from the NFPA now is 4-person engine companies.
And is it also based on the population served, or?
We utilize that number as well.
Okay.
And that's more to determine number of stations, because then you also look at call volume. One thing I'd like to add, council, as well, is that, again, our schedule is something that makes us unique. Because of the shift that the firefighters work, which is a 4896, they may be sick for 2 days, which isn't a long time in the normal working world. But for us, that's 48 hours of backfill. So normally it would be 16 if they were gone and you had to replace them at a 40-hour work week. But for us, it's 48 hours. And that's one of the reasons why you see us with higher overtime numbers.
Okay. Chief Holmes, same question regarding the minimum staffing.
Yeah, our minimum staffing level is 3 officers on at any one time. That includes a supervisor. Certainly working condition, but beyond that, it's an officer safety issue. Having 3 officers on, I'd be comfortable with deploying our officers. So that's been a long-standing minimum staffing level that we've had. So 3 officers, and again, that includes a supervisor at any one time.
Okay. And again, it sounds like it's based on officer safety and best practices. Is that correct?
Yeah, and there are countless reports out there about officer per 1,000 and what's the right number. There are different studies by various groups that try to plug in formulas, and oftentimes my response has just simply been, what is best for your community? Because what might be the right officer per 1,000 count for a similar community, similar in numbers, given the demographics of the community, it could be an entirely incorrect number. So we have a 3 officer minimum. That would be way different than in a different town or different city. So ours is based on, again, the officer safety, as well as if you look at the return on the investment that citizens make in the police department, it does translate into one of the safest communities in the region, due in part to the number of officers we have working.
Okay, thank you. Milan, anything more on this particular part of your presentation?
No. Ready to move on?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I have another question, Benson.
Yeah, go ahead, Sling.
So I wanted to talk about the finance section that talks about the movement of positions and how things flowed through the course of 2019. And this is really it's complicated to read this, and it's a particular kind of a question for Jesse Bond. I'm on page 4, and it starts with any savings for the 1-month vacancy. That's the bullet that I'm at. I want to make sure that we understand that in finance, prior to any of these positions becoming vacant, there was a director that was the number 1 position. There was a deputy director as the number 2 position. There was an accounting manager is the number 3 position. There was a financial analyst is the number 4 position. There was an accounts payable clerk, and then there was an accounting specialist that became. So the story kind of begins. The former deputy finance director retired and separated from the city on June 28th, 29. So that's the number 2 position. The accounting manager was promoted to the position of deputy finance director effective July 29. So the number 3 position became the number 2 position. The former finance director, assistant city manager, separated from the city on October 15, 2019. So that's the number 1 position. The newly appointed deputy finance director, which is the number 2 position, which was formerly the number 3 position, was then appointed to the interim finance director in October 29 to the number 1 position, the same month in which the former number 1 departed. The accounting manager position was reclassified down to a financial analyst position. So 3 became what I'm calling number 4. It remained vacant for 3 months. A parks maintenance staff member was appointed interim financial analyst. It's the number 4 position. The former accounts payable clerk retired from the city December 31, 2019. I'm calling that the number 5 position, but it's probably unrelated. And then that was reclassified as and hired as an accounting specialist. So the question to Jesse is, we as a council and you as a city had a lot of resources in finance. And as those resources left the organization, people moved up in their positions, but you lost something, and you lost quite a bit of something. And one example I can think of off the top of my head is your long-range forecasting, your budgeting, your next biennium planning, your support of your council, your timeliness of your quarterly financial reporting, updates to the council. Like, there's certainly a lot of things that were lost when you had that. But why is it that people in these positions advance so much, but they can't be doing the work the position was doing, because we've lost that. We haven't started the next biennium planning. We don't have a director in place that is doing that work with the council. I just would love if you could explain what happened here in these 10 or so sentences and bullets. And is that really right?
Councilmember Neese, I understand the narrative you just presented. There was a lot of change. I'm not clear on what your specific question is.
So what you have is you have a number 3 accounting manager going all the way to number 1, but I mean, it's still just one person, and somebody had to do all the work of all 3 of these people, but you have a person, and really my question is not going to the skill sets of the people, it's going to these budget numbers that we're looking at and why we're at X percent, 98%, 100%, 101% of budget. We're reclassifying people in interim positions and permanent positions, moving people around, and these are done in a way that is not giving us what we had before when the positions were filled. And I hope the question's coming across as constructive rather than spiteful, because I'm not trying to be spiteful. I'm just trying to understand when there's that much attrition in a single finance department, so much work that was done is not getting done because it can't be. There's not enough people to do it. Why are people moving around like that as opposed to positions just staying open?
Look, I want to be honest with you. I stepped in as the city manager in June. We were already halfway through this finance department transition. As an interim city manager, I wanted to be really thoughtful about the appointments I made. I didn't feel it was appropriate at that time, for example, to recruit for a finance director. I asked Lawan to step in. I think we both knew that it was temporary so that we could get our feet underneath us. And on top of the finance department turning over, I had a major situation happening with human resources. So spread pretty thin. There was definitely a disruption in service at the end of 2019 and possibly into 2020. But I have to say, I'm really proud of our finance team. We have an excellent accounts payable person that stepped in at the end of the year. We cross-trained quickly. We very creatively problem solved and pulled somebody in from the parks maintenance team of all things that has a finance degree and really a high skill set to take that position. We've not recruited for a finance director, but recently filled that position with Matt Mornick, who I consider to be a very skilled individual that came to us as a consultant. So I would actually consider this to be very creative problem solving. And I guess I dispute a little bit that we've lost everything. I don't think that's an accurate statement. Did we lose some institutional knowledge? We sure did. Did we maybe fail in the past several years at properly cross-training the finance team members so that we had better coverage? Perhaps. Did we fail a couple years ago to predict the number of retirements that would happen in this small department? Perhaps that also happened as well. So these are all really important lessons learned that as your new city manager, we're going to be looking at things like succession planning. I'm not entirely sure that I answered your question, but I at least wanted to provide my thoughts on what happened in this department in 19.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's fair to say that I said you lost everything. I certainly don't feel that we lost everything. My point is that, you know, you had 3 FTEs and then you have one person that is risen to the director leadership role in that department, but there's still the everyday work that has to get done. And I'm just trying to understand how, with that much movement, it wouldn't have just made sense to leave some of those positions open. And I guess it's probably a discussion for a point where we have more time.
Okay, so that actually maybe, I didn't hear that comment, Councilmember Neese. I would actually argue that at this point, the work that we have exceeds what we have capacity for in the finance department. So if
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I'm in the big body of work that I know that we're not getting to, but we would be if we had all these positions filled, is the next biennium planning. And that's really the crux of my question is we've moved somebody into the role of, if that role had been filled along with the rest of the open positions, we would be doing biennium planning right now. I mean, COVID-19 to the side, we would have the resources to be doing that.
And actually, we had come into the year pretty aggressively. The directors were informed that we would be doing their portion of the budget work in the first quarter and early part of second quarter. And so unfortunately, we have been disrupted with that, but biennial budget planning work is going forward. It's definitely been impacted by COVID-19. Interim Finance Director Matt Mornick and I just met on this topic today. He'll be relaunching a budget directive to the directors in just a couple of weeks, and we'll be picking back up. I think the budget process will need to look different, Councilmember Neese, considering everything that is happening right now and the way the staff are being stretched to cover the emergency. So we're not quite on track, but we're not that far off. And I want to reassure you of that.
Okay, thank you.
My personal recollection, Jesse, was that you were thinking of starting this budget process in May. And so we may not be that far off, but you know, it is the chief task and challenge that the council will be facing going forward.
Yeah, the budget process that was intended to kick off in May is actually the capital planning work. And we are on schedule to bring that to you the second week in May. I think we're a week behind what was anticipated. So Matt and Lawan have been working behind the scenes to keep that work going. There's quite a big lift from a number of our team members in pulling the capital budget together. So that actually work has been happening.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, stand corrected. Okay. Lawan, is there anybody else have any questions regarding these particular slides?
We do have a few. We do have a few more slides to go, Mayor Wong. I want to make sure you know that.
Oh, okay. Why don't we just go ahead and finish up?
Well, I got a question or a comment, and that is that you know, I appreciating all of the unexpected challenges we've had. I guess my comment is this: that Jesse, I hope that you are not reluctant to come to us as city council when you need some additional help to get these things done. So I, for one, am receptive to that because this doing it right financially is at the heart of what we do. So, you know, don't be quiet.
I don't think Jesse has that problem. And I want to thank Luann for stepping in and taking all the different positions and work and making it work and cross-training staff. Like, I think that's a commendable job for the kind of change we had in 2019. So thank you, Luann, for your service.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. The slide here is just a reminder of where we ended 2019 overall and the ending fund balance. And again, we're gonna step into now looking at a couple of these big reserves that have some discretionary room for them for the council. And we're with the left one, or the law enforcement and firefighter long-term care reserve. Kind of talk about that and what's impacting it, and then also the compensated absences. So we'll jump into the left one, long-term care reserve. Just for the record, what is this reserve and what is it intended to cover? So retirees, we are obligated by the left in covering them 100% for medical costs. We do have the ability to insure them for medical. We also have them all insured under Part D plans for prescription coverage. So in the areas where we can cover these retirees with insurance, we are doing that. Big liability that stands out there is long-term care. So in addition to medical coverage and prescription coverage, there's the risk of the need for long-term care. And that's what this reserve was intentionally set up for years ago, is based on, you know, actuarial reports and liability estimates. Previous city managers and finance directors indicated that this was a necessary reserve. When we talk about left one, again, it is 100% reimbursement for any out-of-pocket medical costs. Funding this long-term care reserve in 2015, the council at the time indicated and set aside both interest earnings on the cash balance of this reserve, and in addition to that, they marked $83,000 in banked capacity for property tax. So each year, $83,000 of property tax that comes into the city's general fund is given to increase the balance of this reserve. So it has grown over time. In addition to sort of setting aside dollars for this reserve in the event that we need it, we do also budget within the general fund in that non-departmental department or general government. We do actually budget what we anticipate our out-of-pocket costs to be to cover these retirees in a given year. So there's the reserve, which we're funding and increasing, and also an actual budget to pay out-of-pocket costs as those costs come due. And what does that really mean, these out-of-pocket costs? So this next slide is a table that I put together that describes the impact of the general fund and what has it been over time for the out-of-pocket costs. So not contributing to the reserve, but really just what are we paying out of cost? 2012 and then 2020 budget. The first column is insurance premium. So this is what we're paying to cover them for medical coverage and also to reimburse them for their Part D medical coverage. In the center columns where it says disability board approved. So these are how we break down the types of expenditures that the disability board is authorizing reimbursement to the retirees for. So medical expenses is separate from long-term care. So these things are like that aren't covered by insurance or prescriptions that aren't covered in full by Medicare. Long-term care costs over time, because those really are different. We talk about them in terms of a Milliman actuarial report. Milliman also breaks out medical versus long-term care as separate liabilities that they measure because there's different forces in effect. And then the total left one retiree cost in each is that final column, and a 9-year average at the bottom, or an annual average of about $363,000. And I think the important thing here is to sort of indicate how volatile some of these costs are. They are quite hard to predict. The other thing I mentioned is up until sort of as we go to 2020 and are looking at some pretty significant claims for long-term care, what budgeting in the general fund for out-of-pocket costs has been meeting our obligations as they come due. It's important to note that's why the reserve hasn't been needed to this. But again, the actuarial liability for both medical and long-term care costs associated with these retirees is estimated of the report that was done in 2018 at close to 10.7 million. So that's left one long-term care reserve in a nutshell. I will open it up to any questions you have about what this reserve is for or kind of the future of implications regarding it.
Thank you, Lalonde. Councilmember Rosenbaum, do you have any questions regarding these last few slides?
I don't. Jake and I were on the part of the meeting yesterday. I don't have any questions right now.
Okay, I hate to ask Councilmember Reynolds, but I'm going to ask Councilmember Reynolds any questions.
I have no questions. Well, maybe I do have a question. Take it back. For full disclosure, you all know, but for anybody else listening may not, that the report was prepared by my employer, but I had no involvement with the preparation of the report and do not practice in this area. So I have no specialized knowledge related to it. But I was struck by the fact that we've got a $10.7 million liability. In actuarial terms means really we ought to have 10.7 million sitting in the bank right now in order to fund these future claims. So the investment earnings on that ought to be able to pay it. And we've only got 1.6 million sitting there. That's a pretty significant gap. And I would just be curious to get some insight from the city staff as to, the history, how that gap got so big. And secondly, do we have a plan or a policy or a target in place for bridging that gap in a reasonable amount of time? And if not, I would submit that something the council ought to be considering.
I'll take a try at that.
Yeah.
Sort of what the plan is. I mean, I think this reserve some different cash flow analysis have been done. Again, the $10 million actuarial liability, well, it's a valid number. It's also the full liability, and I don't know that there are cities in the region or the state, for that matter, that have been able to fully fund the left one liability as measured from an actuarial perspective. If we look at even our neighboring cities and report this liability in their annual financial statements, we are all in the same boat and budgeting in this notion of pay as you go and doing what we can and meeting our obligations as they become due. I think it's certainly something the council needs to talk about in that, what the actuaries are measuring and what we're able to put away, but to have to balance that with, again, it's a reserve for the what ifs. Certainly a policy decision on how fast and how fast we're able to meet that obligation for that full liability amount.
And I guess I would argue that if this were a case of providing benefits for active employees, you could make the argument that pay as you go made sense because you're paying for them as they're providing service. But this is an obligation to people that have provided service in the past and are fully retired now, from what I understand. It certainly feels to me like that balance should be fully funded. I recognize it may not be common practice in public accounting these days, but just on general principles, it should be.
So I'll just chime in, if I can, Mayor Wong. I'll just chime in here. I had a conference call today with both Lawan and Matt Mornick, the interim finance director. And this is a policy decision for the councils. So I've sensed from the emails and the conversations I've had over the last several weeks about this topic, there's an interest in revisiting this, and we are happy to do so going forward. We do, I should say, going forward and planning for the 2021-22 budget, it is likely, given the level of claims we have and are anticipating in 2020, that we will need to draw down our reserve fund, our left one long-term care reserve fund in 2020 to cover those costs.
Which makes me very nervous. It's going the wrong direction. I also recognize the financial realities, though, that there may be no other alternative, which is why I think we need to have a long-term plan in place. But that's perhaps a discussion for another meeting.
This is Matt
Adderall, do you have any?
Director. If I may weigh in, I think that we can incorporate this policy question into the 2021-22 budgeting process that will commence this late spring. So I've made a note of that, and we'll revisit it then.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, that was Matt Mornick, and he wasn't on video.
Okay, great. Councilmember Anderall?
Yeah, I have two questions. One relates to the cost of insurance to cover the gap. I've read in a couple of places that the city has looked into some sort of bridge insurance that would cover long-term care, which is not otherwise covered, but found that the costs were too great and some of the retirees were uninsurable in any event for a long-term care event. So I would like a little bit more detail on that. And then I would further like, not necessarily today, but at some point, some sort of an understanding of when our left one obligations are likely to end. I mean, what is the projected long-term, how many people under this plan are eligible, and for what duration do we expect to have left one liabilities?
It's for lifetime.
I'll take a stab at that. We will get a new report, an actuarial report from Milliman within the next couple of months with a measurement date of January 1st of 2020, which will better inform this policy discussion for the budget. As far as what options are available for long-term care insurance, it has been a few years since we have looked at that. Don't have a lot of detail on the decisions or the data that went into that decision, but it may be time for us as allows to revisit that question. I think 2011 was the last time that was looked at. I don't have much further than that.
So Lawan, just to follow up on the left one, the left one coverage is a lifetime coverage.
Correct. So we will cover these for the lifetime of the 29 remaining left one retirees. So that's a mortality question. The actuaries have trend analysis that trying to find that. I don't have it in front of me, but schedule in the most recent that would indicate when they think that's going to end. And it's, I think, at least 20 more years.
Okay, but you expect a new report sometime within the next couple of months?
Yeah, I heard from our actuaries yesterday, actually, that it is in progress. They don't get the full report for another 2 months.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker?
I'll just add that I know this is a tough fund to look at because the payouts are variable and unpredictable. So as we think about Craig's consideration that we fully fund it, we also have to look at the cash flow, and then more importantly, look at the cost benefits of not looking at all the other needs the city has, certainly in the short term, and trying to find that right balance from maybe where we are versus what's becoming, and certainly probably not being able to fully fund it very quickly.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese?
Yeah, I'm curious, since this is a reimbursement mechanism, what we're effectively receiving is a bill from a beneficiary that is being asked for reimbursement. Can you talk to the processes behind what is required to get that reimbursed? Are there attestations that the member needs to make in submitting the reimbursement request? If so, what are they? Is there coordination of benefits with other insurance? Are we asking if there's other insurance? Are we capable of trying to coordinate those benefits?
Get Salim on the disability board.
Yeah, it's whether or not an expenditure is approved for reimbursement, that is under the purveyor of the disability board. I have no idea the documentation that they're requiring, but perhaps if Chief Holmes is still on the line, he could speak to that. As far as insurance, again, the premiums are on us to either pay for or reimburse. So I don't know.
That's not the nature of my insurance question. The nature of my insurance question is if somebody had another policy that was in addition to, let's say, Medicare, and it covered some uncovered portion of Medicare. Do we know with certainty that they could be billed, that they might pay, that might relieve us of our liability? And then do we make them attest to the fact that nobody else had already paid this reimbursement that they might be seeking? That would be the attestation.
So, yeah. I was going to say, from my time on the disability board, the claim is presented with all the documentation and the board deliberates, and then a decision is rendered, and all of those considerations are part of the documentation that's presented.
Okay.
That's correct.
Councilmember Jacobson, do you have any questions?
You're on mute, Jake.
How's this?
It's good.
Okay. The Milliman report said that this problem expires in 2058. That's the good news, and I share Councilman Reynolds' concern about having unfunded liabilities of this sort floating around out there. I know we don't have the assets to snap our fingers and go to 10.6 or whatever the 2020 Milliman report's going to tell us. As far as I know, Salim, to answer your question, the level of scrutiny that the disability board performs on these things, if yesterday's meeting was any example, is not at the level of robustness that you suggest. And I think that's something. Also, the disability board had not met for longer than they're required to under the applicable rules. But I think that those things should be beefed up considerably, particularly the idea of other insurances, whether it happens in this case, whether there's, because if it's an auto accident, whether we can apply our subrogation to a lawsuit or to the employee's own insurance or automobile insurance or something else. That those are all things that we need to be much more robust about. Whether there's any huge monetary savings there, I don't know. But recovering from insurance companies is both a science and an art. Something I've spent a lot of time doing, and there's almost always money out there. You just have to shake the tree hard enough and shake the right tree. So that's a comment, not a question.
Thank you, Jake. You know, just again, for my own comment, I also share Councilmember Reynolds and Jacobson's concerns about this unfunded liability. And I shared some of those concerns with the city manager. I am glad to hear that, you know, we're going to take another look at this policy, whether or not it needs to be changed in some manner. And I guess as Matt or Luan, if you gather information regarding what other cities are doing, I'd just be really curious to know. You know, I can't believe cities are turning a blind eye to this. I mean, it's obviously a major problem that we all have. And I don't know if there's any guidance from MRSC or somebody, but there's got to be, you know, this is unfunded liability that's facing a lot of cities. And so at some point in time, it's going to hit. And so anyway, I'd be curious to know, as you guys prepared materials for us to take a look at, what other cities and maybe what the state of Washington is providing in terms of guidance. And so that's, again, just a comment. And so now, was this the last slide that you had?
We just have one more on the compensated absences reserve.
Okay, go ahead.
Mayor,
Yeah.
let me come back to this one just a little bit. This insurance, like everything else in this world, has become increasingly specialized. And so I think when we go out to the market to look at what our potentialities are to insure some of this stuff, we need to get somebody who's on top of that particular market. And that's very important to determine, you know, can we cover all of it? Can we cover part of it? Can we cover part of it? Can we lay off each year's claims, the particularly LTC claims on that? And there are a bunch of questions. And so I don't know whether we have a single insurance broker or what, but that really wants some looking at, get a pro looking at that.
Jesse, that's something that the WCIA, are they involved in this at all?
I'm not sure if WCIA is. Association of Washington Cities has some involvement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, can I jump in also? A couple of comments I wanted to make. One was to thank Councilmember Jacobson for pointing out the terminal age. Also, it's worth noting that in 2036 or so, the cost peaks at about $900,000 a year. So it's a pretty significant amount of change we're looking at out there. I'm not familiar with the group long-term care market, which is presumably what we're talking about here, but the individual long-term care market premiums have jumped dramatically in the last 5 to 10 years. So I would fully expect that whatever news we had on insurance costs, back in 2012 or whatever we have, it's probably worse. But I still think it's appropriate to look and comparison shop among numerous companies and get all the advice that we can. Wanted to emphasize that. And the point I would make is I think it's well worth investigating, working together with the WCIA or Sound Cities Association or someone to pool together with other cities who have this liability and see if it can be resolved on a combined basis in terms of an insurance solution.
That's something that's a good idea. Maybe we should try and follow up on that. Thank you. Luan, you have one more slide or another topic?
Yeah, a couple more quickly.
Yeah, take your time.
Again, we're circling back to the compensated absence reserve. What is the compensated absence reserve? It is the measurement of earned benefits, so vacation and comp time accruals. We do those once a year based on a pay rate in effect at the balance sheet date. So in this case, 12/31 of 19. So we take all the accrued balances for an individual employee, multiply it by their pay rate in effect, and add those all together for the general fund to come up with what is that total liability at a point in time. So for year end 2019, the total liability for general government was the 1.38 million you see in that second bullet there. Of that, we have a reserve balance or a funded balance liability of 1.051 million, or approximately 75% of that liability. The funding balance goal, that 75% funded level, has changed over time. Historically, our goal was to fund it at 100% from the governmental perspective. That changed fairly recently. In 2018, I believe, the end of 2018, the decision was made with the council's approval to drop that funding level goal to 75%. Some of the dollars were then peeled out of this reserve and given to the contingency fund to bring the contingency fund up to the new goal level of 12.5%. And as of year end 2019, to increase this reserve over where it was at the end of 2018, because that 75% threshold is stayed pretty flat given the movement of staffing. That's just a recap of what the compensated absence reserve is, what its function is for, and the funding level. This really is another area where the council discretion, as far as how high we fund that and how it's used, we need some guidance on that. So it's just comment on as you see fit.
Thank you, Luan. Councilmember Rosenbaum, do you have any questions or comments regarding this reserve?
Any questions? I think the only comment I would offer is if this is something we're going to look at, similar to the left issue, just have a sort of understanding what's considered to be a best practice in terms of that percentage of total liability. I imagine this is something that we looked at in 2018, but if we could also have a better understanding sort of what some of our partners in the area are doing.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, this is an area where I think a policy is appropriate as well. And in noodling on this, it strikes me that the right thing to do is to do what in effect is an actuarial analysis of the expected compensated payments every year, and deposit that amount into the fund each year, and then withdraw from it what the actual was, so that it becomes a natural smoothing mechanism. In years where your costs are more than you expect, you take money out. When it's less than you expect, you put money in. And I think that's what we ought to be doing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is definitely something we should look at. Unless I misunderstood, we didn't tap this reserve last year, even though there was a ton of turnover. And so I want to question the level as to whether this is basically, an overfunded reserve with money that we should be using elsewhere, or, is it an appropriately prudent amount, or should it be 50% of total liability? I don't really have enough information at this point or understanding in detail of the issues, but it's a fair amount of money that's just parked. I think we should take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Weicker?
What Craig said, I agree with his assessment.
Okay, Deputy, Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, so I think if you're going to look at the policy, you need to look at the requirement to use it for its intended purpose. And right now, with the amount of surplus that's been in the general fund, and then the vacant positions, there's just been no reason to tap this fund. I think talking about what Craig is envisioning, along with the policy that says these liabilities need to be paid out of that fund, is probably the right choice. We're just making things opaque when they could be crystal clear to people.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson?
I concur with what Salim just said on that.
Okay. I think the conversation and the comments certainly, I think, underscore the need to perhaps take a look at all the restricted reserves that we have and whether or not they're appropriate. And so I guess to the city manager, in the finance department, it's just another thing that we need to, put on the calendar to take a look at. But, Jesse, I don't know if that's something that you can, again, perhaps get back to us in terms of when the council might have an opportunity to take a look at these reserves.
This work was anticipated as part of our budget work this year, Mayor Wong.
All the restricted reserves?
Yes, and the policies that are associated with how we use them.
Okay.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. All right. Milan, anything else?
We're almost done. One more slide. Just a really quick follow-up. One of the questions that came up at the April 7th meeting was, what were some immediate steps we had taken in response to reductions as it relates to COVID-19 response? Really quick slide of what we've done to date, recognizing that there is more information to come. So in the general fund, there's been some seasonal and contract staff in the Parks and Rec department with a weekly savings estimated at $5,000 and change per week. If those reductions stay in effect for the remainder of the year, we estimate $198,000 in savings. Services fund, with the thrift shop closed and those revenues at zero, we did make the decision to lay off some casual and work study and some contract staff specific to the thrift shop. FS as a whole saw the reduction of a full-time regular employee. Weekly savings are estimated at $13,000. We didn't realize this because it's unknown at this point how much we would bring back to reopen the thrift shop. So weekly savings at this point. Financial impacts of COVID overall, I think to wrap this up, at the May 5th council meeting, we're going to bring back another finance staff report that updates the financial forecast specific to general revenues and an assessment of the impacts of COVID-19, additional information on cost saving methods implemented or in the pipeline for decisions, and then recommendations and discussion on additional cost saving measures that may be required. So if you have questions on any of those things, let us know.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and effort and presentation. Councilmember Rosenbaum, do you have any questions at this point?
I would just make an ask for that May 5th council meeting to the extent possible that I thought that the work that you guys have done for our last meeting with sort of had the charts about scenarios, what that might look like, given the governor's announcement from a few hours ago, you know, to the extent that we could try to line that up with what he said this afternoon, I think would be really helpful to sort of understand where we might be headed. I know that some of the work you did line up with that already, but as close as we can kind of best guess would be really helpful.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
No questions, just a comment on these, the LEP issue and the comp absences fund are both things that come pretty close to what I do for a living. So I'd be happy to lend some expertise or peer review or suggestions to the staff as they work on that if they like.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, no questions. I'm looking forward to the May 5th meeting, and I may have some questions that I'll send via email with regard to some information I might want to see for that May 5th meeting. I guess one of my questions is I didn't get to see Inslee's press release or press conference because it started at the same time as our meeting. My understanding is he said, yeah, we're not basically opening anything up anytime soon. And I'm wondering whether the city wants to consider and what the legalities are around going forward and allowing some easing of the restrictions for the city, even if the state doesn't do it as a whole. Do we have any ability to do something different from what the governor has ordered?
Limited. Yeah, I would need to speak specifically with you, Councilmember Anderl, about what item the governor's generally has authority over the state. So we're.
No, I understand. There's just been, there's starting to be a lot of citizen pushback. I don't know how much we're seeing on Mercer Island, but, real frustration with slowness of the spread of the disease and yet no parallel speed at opening the businesses up. And people are really suffering. And I'm very concerned about that. And I mean, there's very limited stuff the city can do with its budget to help people other than let people go back to work. So that's probably way outside what we were just talking about. But since we didn't have advance notice of what the governor was going to say, the news release said that he was going to talk about reopening the state or recovering from COVID-19. He didn't talk about that at all, is my understanding. He talked about keeping the state shut down. So I'm very concerned about that.
I have one of the staff members watched the press release and sent me an update that's included in my city manager's report, so I can provide you with the details at the end of the meeting.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I would just say thank you for preparing all of this while also managing the emergency and trying to mitigate all the financial impacts we're going to see going forward. I'll just remind us all that we're not alone. I'm hearing from other folks in other cities that their budget holes are going to be significant as well. Everyone from Seattle to Enumclaw to Redmond. I mean, no city or county or state government's getting out of this crisis without some budget hits, and neither are their nonprofits or businesses. So there are lots of things we could talk about there. I'll just say for Mercer Island that we have this new initiative that was started that Jesse talked about, the welovemi.org, and I encourage all of us council members to look at that and think about how to evangelize that and try to keep encouraging people to spend money, donate money, and take action where and how they can, given their own personal financial and mental health challenges these days.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anise.
Just a quick question. In the general fund revenue assessment on COVID-19 impacts, does that include what potentially is the buildup of FEMA reimbursed type expenses that you guys are cataloging out of the EOC?
Actually, great question. Our Ben Schumacher, our finance analyst, has done quite a bit of work on that today. Councilmember, actually not today, over the last several weeks. We're tracking everybody's time in the EOC, not only on time cards, but using what's called Form 214. And he is very close to having a cost estimate. So we will have that for May 5th. And then, yes, in anticipation of, we're very detailed about our expenditures and our tracking in anticipation of being able to submit for federal reimbursement at some point in the future.
Yeah, and I know we've been successful at that in the past, so I'm just curious what that number looks like.
And just to bench that, it's not a quick turnaround with FEMA. So even if we did qualify for reimbursement, it wouldn't necessarily be quick.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
This may not be quite the right place to say it, but I think all of us have gotten a ton of emails with people objecting to the parking lot closure. And it's my understanding from talking with you, Jesse, that one of the benefits of that has been that the number of reports of people doing stuff they're not supposed to do in parks has declined precipitously in the right direction. And you know, I for one very much support what our professionals, I refer to Chief Holmes and the emergency people and Chief Heitman have done, and I'm not about to substitute my judgment for them. So I think the one thing that might help us a little bit with our constituents is to publicize what the benefits of it are.
Sure. I have a probably too much detail in my city manager report in just a moment. So what I might suggest, and I asked all the directors to hang out for that part of the meeting, we can talk about what's going on in each department at that time, if that's appropriate. And I do have an answer. I'm sorry, Councilmember Anderl, it took me a moment. In terms of the governor's orders apply statewide. Mercer Island can issue a more restrictive order, which is not where I think you wanted to go, but we're not in a position to override the governor's order.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, Councilmember Jacobson gave you a good segue to your city manager's report. So just if you want to just take it away.
Actually, could we take a short break?
5 minutes. Okay. Well, we can take a 5-minute break.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right, it looks like we have everyone back except for Councilmember Jacobson. Do you want to wait just another moment?
Sure, let's just wait. I was reading the governor's.
That's fine.
All the department heads are there?
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody want to yell for Jake? Hey, Jake!
Yeah, there he is.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
All right, give me just a moment here to share my screen. Okay. Everybody have the PowerPoint up on their end?
Yes.
All right. We missed, it was noted as we were discussing the previous agenda item, Governor Inslee provided a public address at 5 o'clock, which overlapped with our city council meeting. We did have a couple of team members watching the press coverage and are providing coverage, of the press briefing. And what I understand was reported is Governor Inslee did confirm the spread of the coronavirus is declining. Washington State is working on an approach that's guided by science to open up the state. But apparently he's noted that we will not be able to lift many restrictions by May 4th. I don't have any of the details beyond what I've noted here. However, we did post the full address on our Let's Talk page. I will say this did not come entirely as a surprise to me. I participated with other city managers and city leaders on Sunday in a conference call with the governor. And he walked through his, the Washington State dashboard and some of the benchmarks they were looking for. Unfortunately, I was watching with children, so I didn't capture everything, but I will be sure to follow up as we get more detail and get that back to you. So what I have for the rest of the city manager's report, we have a number of updates to provide, some related to current operations and ongoing operations. The leadership team members, the directors are here should you have any questions. And I'll probably find a couple opportunities to pause so we can do that. First of all, a thank you to 2 Bar. They provided hand sanitizer to us this week. They donated 100 4-ounce bottles of hand sanitizer at no cost to the city. Thank you very much. They are located in the Soto district, and I'm sure would welcome your patronage when things get back to normal. We would not be fully supplied without the generous donations and creativity of the distilleries in our area. So thank you to 2 Bar. Business is moving forward somewhat. We did put out the announcement to fill the board and commission vacancies. Deb Estrada, our city clerk, has been working on that. You may recall that we had some vacancies at the beginning of the year, and we didn't get to the appointment process. We suspended our meetings in March. So we've combined that recruitment process, and all of those applicants will be moved forward to the larger pool. And again, we have seats open on all of our boards and commissions. We encourage applications by May 19th. We do not know at this point what our public meetings, we know we'll continue to hold council meetings. We're not sure what Governor Inslee will do in terms of the public meeting restrictions going forward. So again, as I have more information on that, I will let you know. 2020 work plan items. I just wanted to put this in here because there's been a lot of hardship, certainly related to the COVID-19 pandemic, but there's been a few silver linings for us. One of the obvious things is it cleared the deck of a lot of projects and allowed our staff to quickly go and work on some tasks to allow us to work remotely more efficiently. And so I'm proud to say we've accomplished a number of things. We are now able to accept electronic payments for all permits. This is something that's been on our list for a long time. We didn't have the capacity to get to it. So that's fantastic. And that is deploying right now as we speak. Previously, we were only able to accept electronic payments for small amounts. And I'm not sure what the limit was there. Evan can answer that question if you have a follow-up. We also, this was something that was nagging all of us and relatively simple. We have an electronic routing system now for our contracts. So pre-COVID-19, most of the contracts were still being routed in paper format. And considering the number of contracts we process annually, you can imagine how many steps that takes. And sometimes we have to do a couple rounds. So great news, electronic routing, it's allowed us to keep the work flowing while we're all remote, and it's a great efficiency step. We also, as you know, set up a call center and centralized all the city's phone lines into one place virtually, because the people answering the phones are actually answering remotely. Again, that's something that we've been talking about. You know, would this be a better way to run our front desk services? Also, I think it's fantastic that we have staff from multiple departments working on customer service functions for all the departments. That's also really good skill development and cross-training. And then we've deployed telemental health services for the counseling through YFS. Again, something that, like many of your private physicians, we had talked about doing, and now we've done it. So it's not all bad news. There is some good news, and we're going to continue working on these efficiency measures because they're allowing us to operate and deliver services remotely. The farmer, changing subjects entirely. This presentation is a lot of subject transitions, so be forewarned. The Farmers Building, the sale on the Farmers Building did close. Approximately, well, I've got the number right there, 46.45 million. This will result in a sizable contribution to real estate excise tax revenues for the city. Didn't quite have an opportunity to calculate the exact number, but Matt is working on the capital funds and the capital budgets, and we'll have an update on the projections, including the impact of the sale of this building, for sure by the second meeting in May. A little heads up here on work that's going to be happening near the boat launch. This is related to the King County wastewater treatment, the sewer line project, I should say, the sewer upgrade project. So members from the King County Wastewater Treatment Division will be out, I'm pretty sure as early as tomorrow, and the work's gonna take about 2 weeks. They'll be working 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. You'll see 2-person crews in vests. They are following social distancing requirements. They'll be out surveying with their equipment. And again, this is for the sewer project. So that is what that work is related to. Amanda Keverkamp, the executive assistant in the city manager's office, put together a few slides just to give you an idea of the scale of our response and what's going into the emergency management operations. So we are, as a reminder, we are in week 8, and the operations center has been activated at level 1 since March 25th. We may bring that activation level down. We were waiting to see what the governor was going to do with the restrictions. So we'll be evaluating that with emergency manager Jennifer Franklin as we go forward. We have about 37 staff that are working within the EOC organizational structure. And that is not literal because we're not actually physically working together, but we're assigned to cover various duties for the emergency response. Because we've been tracking hours, and we have a very specific number there, it's about 3,800 staff hours since the full activation. And to Councilmember Nice's question a moment ago, we'll be able to quantify the costs by the time we see you at the May 5th meeting. Just a snapshot of how the EOC evolved. We have, and where the staff come from, because obviously they have other jobs that they normally do for the city. So most of our staff actually came out of the Parks and Rec Department early on in the emergency because we were shutting down the community center and programming. We pulled staff from that department to cover EOC duties. Amongst the combined departments of city manager, city attorney, HR, and finance, most everybody in those teams is touching some part of the EOC. So 10 of us, maybe not full-time in EOC, but certainly part-time on emergency management. The planning department, we have about 6 staff, and you can see the rest there. Police and fire is a little misleading because they have 2 staff from each department working on the emergency response, but certainly their entire team is involved at some level. Anyway, my thanks to the staff for staying nimble and taking on new duties as they've unfolded. A couple of reminders, specifically things we're working on behind the scenes that you may not have a lot of visibility on. We have a policy team that we assembled just because the need was so great to continue looking at our ordinances and policies as the pandemic was unfolding. So we still have that policy team in play. In fact, they're working now on potentially some additional measures we can take to support our businesses. In fact, I'm supposed to tell Councilmember Jacobson and Councilmember Reynolds that Sarah Bluevest and Allison Van Gorp will be reaching out to you to discuss a couple things. My thanks to those council members for supporting the small business team. We have planning staff. These are different than our permitting and planning staff. These are the folks planning the emergency response, both in the near term and the long term. And I've said this a couple times, and I need to keep emphasizing this because we do have day-to-day needs and response needs, but really what we're starting to look at now is long range. How are we coming out of this as the governor does start lifting some of the orders? What does that look like in terms of city operations? So there's quite a bit of work going on behind the scenes. There's a team leading that effort, but every department head and manager is involved in that planning. We have a timekeeper, which is incredibly tedious, but one of the most critical jobs of an emergency. And that's why we have that very specific data about the number of hours we've worked. And this position is absolutely essential for us to qualify for federal reimbursement down the road. So we have prioritized this work, and Tammy Bodmer out of our Parks and Rec Department is leading that effort. And then certainly the supply unit, which is a team of people from Parks and Rec, police, and fire who are continuing to track our resources and make sure that we have the supplies we need to keep operating with police and fire personal protective equipment at the top of our priority list. I mentioned earlier that we stood up a call center. I can't remember the exact date we did this. I want to say it was about 4 weeks ago. So it's currently run by 6 staff. They're answering phone calls, and then 1 staff member is specifically assigned to emails. At our highest point, the call center had 9 staff working. We've pulled that back a little bit. We're a little over 600 calls since we stood up the call center and about 85 emails. We're still getting in the hang of routing the inquiries to the call center because we do receive a lot of, we are still receiving a number of calls and emails to our personal email accounts. I'm pretty proud of this team. They are fast, and most of the inquiries receive same-day responses, unless something's really complicated. But I think it's been a really good resource for us. And, you know, we're talking about, as we go forward, how to centralize our customer service functions, because we think this has been a pretty good move for the city and overall in efficiency. Just communications, a lot going out. There's a whole team working on communications right now. Certainly Ross Freeman, Amanda Cavercamp, myself, Ali, Jason, all the directors, we're all involved. Every day we say, hey, maybe today we don't need to put out a press release, and then something comes up. So since the beginning of March, we've issued 31 press releases. We've got over 20 e-newsletter articles out, almost 300 social media posts, which oftentimes require staff to monitor and reply to questions. It's funny, I saw this number, over 2,700 views of the situation briefings on Thursday. I'm not sure I should take a job in the talk show industry, but a pretty good following. We've had 40 to 150 live viewers of the briefings. That number has declined a bit over the last couple of weeks. We decided last week we were considering pushing pause on the Thursday briefings, but we got some feedback from our various circles that we did have a lot of people continuing to watch, particularly seniors that may not have access to social media and other electronic forms of communication. So for the time being, we're gonna keep going, maybe for 2 more weeks, and then we'll reevaluate. This week, I should mention, we're gonna focus again on small business initiatives. The Let's Talk page has been fantastic. And you know, I can't remember, Council, if I told you this or not. The new website is built and nearly ready to go. In fact, it was scheduled to launch in March. And we debated for a while. I finally said, hold it, because I didn't want to launch a new website in the middle of a pandemic. So as you know, our current website has some limitations. The functionality is not great. I think most of us are ready to bid farewell. So what we've done is really built a robust Let's Talk page that actually has gotten quite a bit of traction over the last 6 or 7 weeks. 107 documents uploaded to the site. We've had over 1,000 downloads. Interestingly enough, the April 6th situation report has been the document downloaded the most. I'll have to go look at that and see why that one was of such interest. I'm not sure. And we're continuing daily to publish articles and information, anything from services we can provide to our community, to the CARES Act, and more. There are a lot of hands working on the Let's Talk page, so there's too many staff to thank, but particularly Amanda Cavercamp and Sarah Bluvis for stewarding this page and making sure it's current. It really is requiring a huge daily effort. You heard last week that we activated our emergency management volunteers. These are the folks that have been training with us, many of them for a long time, more than a decade, also known as our CERT volunteers. Dave Euler is our volunteer lead. Great to see Dave again. And as a reminder, our volunteers are available to help with whatever citizens might need. We had started to hear that we had some homebound citizens that had tasks they needed assistance with, or even we had some folks reach out and say their family wanted to get on a Zoom call with them and they didn't know how to do that. So really we say, if you need something, give us a call. We'll get you matched with a volunteer and see if we can help. And volunteer requests should be routed through the call center hotline, which is noted there on the slide. Parks. So I think I'll get through these park slide, and then this might be a good point to take a break. You may recall under the stay home, stay healthy order, going back several weeks now, that we are, many cities have limited access to their parks. State parks and county parks closed entirely at the end of March. Issaquah, Renton, they did closures similar to ours, playground equipments, fields, and eventually parking lots at the end of March. Seattle closed their parking lots on April 11th. Bellevue didn't close all of their parking lots, but they did close downtown, as far as I'm aware, downtown park, their parking lots April 14th. And we made the call to close our parking lots on April 11th. And I've got a few more slides, and I'll come back and follow up with Councilmember Jacobson's question. So the problem we were having, and I want to be really clear about this, is we were sitting right in between 2 big urban areas that had park closures in place. And when Seattle decided to close their parks, that was it for us. We had been struggling to manage usage at our parks and safe distancing. We had been spending a fair amount of time chasing around fitness instructors that were still holding classes, And when I say chasing around, I want you to be honest, this was taking police time. That's why you heard Chief Holmes talking about this at the last live briefing. We had athletic teams continuing to hold practices. Some of these folks were from Mercer Island, but some weren't. And the people that were coming from off island were simply looking for an open parking lot and then, directing their friends to come participate. We had another incident with a group of teenagers who very creatively moved a whole bunch of used furniture into Upper Luther Burbank Park. And it was couches and chairs. They were planning to have a gathering. Police intercepted and we got all the furniture out of there. So it was actually a lot. It was taxing our police department and our parks department, and we made the call to close the parking lots. It is helping, it is working, and importantly, I said this last Thursday, it is sending a message to the region that we are not open for business. And that was a really important step that I wanted to make because I do want to be able to reopen the parking lots for Mercer Island residents to enjoy. And if we're attracting people from all over the region, the volumes are just too high and not safe for our own community. So what I'll encourage you to do is hang in there. Let's get through at least another weekend and see where we're at, and then we'll evaluate what we might do next. We are keeping an eye on things really closely. This is Leap the Frog. He's not really out in the parks, but this photo was taken, I think, a while ago. And we are strategically thinking through what the parking lot opening situation looks like. And I said this last Thursday, we're not gonna make a big announcement when we open the parking lots. We'll do it quietly, we'll probably do it in phases, and I think Luther Burbank will be the last to reopen because Luther Burbank really, really was becoming a problem. But we did take some actions last week because we understand there were some access issues that were very concerning. So senior hours at Mercerdale Park, Monday through Friday between 7 to 10 a.m. We've had some people ask, how old am I to qualify to be a senior? And our answer is, if you think you're a senior, you're a senior. We're asking the community to be respectful of these hours so that we have seniors that can get out and exercise with fewer people at Mercerdale. Disabled parking spaces are available at both Mercerdale and Luther Burbank parks. You just need your government-issued placard or license plate to park there, and police are enforcing that for us. One more comment on landscape, and then I think, then we'll take a break. So we've had some inquiries. The parks are starting to look a little shaggy. Yes, they are. Landscape maintenance is not considered an essential business under the Stay Home, Stay Healthy order. We've taken a little bit of a middle-of-the-road approach, and we're trying to mow so we don't lose too much ground at least once a week. Most cities are right in the middle ground there. We're not doing any weeding, trimming, no fancy maintenance at this point. We do have some irrigation turned on, only in areas where we need to ensure plant and tree viability. So we are falling behind. Things look a little shaggy, but we are also complying with the governor's order. And we felt that was obviously very decision and critical for us to do so. So Mayor Wong, why don't I stop there and see if there's any questions on anything I've just covered. And I know there was some interest in talking about the parks closures.
Jesse, thank you so much for your city manager's report so far. You've covered a lot of ground and it's been very informative. Again, Councilmember Rosenbaum, do you have any questions or comments for the city manager?
Sure. Just a couple comments, Jesse. Thank you to you and the team. I know this has been a huge shift in your work, and I appreciate, and I'm sure the whole community appreciates just how quickly everyone's sprung into action. On the parks, I want to thank you for the ADA compliant parking. I was at Luther Burbank over the weekend. It's close enough to my house that I can walk. And there were some folks parked in those handicap spots that had handicap placards, so I'm sure they really appreciated it. And beyond that, just keep us posted. Thanks again for all your work.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Just quickly, I'm one of the people that had some concerns about the park closure, but I wanted to commend the city manager. I think the solution you found of opening it to disabled people and having the senior hours was a great compromise. Stay the course.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Yeah, I know I had some questions like 7 slides back, but I don't remember what those were anymore. But I did want to say that this parking lot closure was a big issue. I've been getting emails about it. I am completely supportive of the decision that the city manager made on this. I think it's a great compromise. The parks remain open for citizens who can use parks nearby their homes. There are a lot of other outdoor options, including yards, decks, safely walking in residential communities. I don't think we're trying to, make people stay indoors in an unhealthy way. I think it's a reasonable response to an issue that helped us not close the actual parks. Just by closing the parking lots, it left the resource available for people who live on the island. And so I think, hearing Jesse's report and from Police Chief Holmes, that kind of a sort of a partial measure or compromise measure really did address this situation, I think was a great solution. So yeah, I'm stay the course as well.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I appreciate your leadership, Jesse. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Neese?
So I would just ask, has anybody talked to the school district about their parking lots, and are they open or closed? And do they have plans to be more consistent if they are one or the other?
I may need to see if Ryan Daly's on the phone. We've been in touch with them almost daily, and we have, I think we've moved one of our hotspots from our parks to one of their elementary schools. We've been getting some calls about West Mercer Elementary in particular. Ryan, are you on the phone?
I'm here, Jesse.
Can you provide us a quick update on your coordination with the school district?
Yeah, so we've been talking with the school district fairly regularly. They haven't made a decision to close their lots specifically. They have, in conjunction with us, closed the IMF lot. One of their challenges was opening and closing that lot for the food service that was going on. But I can follow up with them and see if we're seeing that there's issues, we can follow up and encourage them.
Ryan, their playgrounds are closed and sport courts.
Their campuses are closed. Their parking lots remain open. And as we saw with some of our things with closures, unless you close the parking lot, you don't necessarily correct some of those behaviors.
Thanks, Ryan.
So we'll get a follow-up or get a follow-up report from Ryan then.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Stay the course. Good job.
I just want to echo my support for the decisions made by the city manager and by the staff. I know it's incredibly difficult for the public. It's very trying. I mean, during this time, with good weather coming, you want to be out there. And I think the compromise that's worked out allows Mercer Island residents to get to the parks. And as Councilmember Anderall said, there's a lot of activities that are available on the island, walking, taking a bike ride, so people can get their exercise. But I, again, appreciate the community for their support of the decisions that are being made. Nobody likes the restrictions that are being imposed, again, to maintain the entire health of the community. I think these are necessary steps. So again, thank you, Jesse, for your leadership on this matter.
Okay, shall I keep going?
You shall keep going.
Okay. Let me hide this real quick. Last week, the We Love MI campaign rolled out. This is primarily led by the Mercer Island Community Fund in partnership with a broad community coalition that includes the Chamber and many other partners. The campaign is live now. If you haven't been to the website, I encourage you, council, and anybody that might still be watching our broadcast tonight, go check it out. It basically has a GoFundMe or donation sites set up for many of our businesses and our nonprofits. The Youth and Family Services Foundation is up on the website. And I know Sarah Bluevest, our small business liaison, was working on hopefully getting more of our businesses connected to the site. So as of whenever this presentation was finished this afternoon, the site had already brought in more than $43,000 in donations. So great work, Mercer Island. And check out the website if you'd like to support a business or nonprofit. By the way, I should mention, we're probably going to be featuring this on Thursday at the briefing and talking a little more about options to contribute. Sarah Bluevest will be joining me Thursday at the Life briefing to talk about where things are at for small business support. You've probably heard, not only in the media, but if you've talked to any of our small business owners here on Mercer Island, that the SBA funding fell short. I know I've been in touch with some of the business owners. They applied for loans and were not successful. So that is unfortunate. There may be another round coming from Congress. We'll see. My compliments to Sarah Bluevest. Facebook launched, I think it was literally on Saturday, small business grants for Seattle area businesses. And she got this information out to our business community. It was either Friday or Saturday. It's $100 million in cash grants and Facebook ad credits. So again, we have assigned a staff person, Sarah Bluevest, not Seattle, Sarah Bluevest, to be working on small business support. We also, the Port of Seattle provides an economic development partnership grant, and 3 months ago we weren't planning to apply for it, but Sarah has been working with the port to see if we might actually be able to apply for this grant and use it to support our business community during the pandemic. So I'll have more information on that in a future report. Okay, last week we just sent out a whole bunch of updates on city facility closure cancellations and program updates. So I just wanted to run through those quickly. As a reminder, for the foreseeable future, city council meetings will be via video conference. By the May meeting, we are thinking we'll be ready to go back and take live public comment. We've been doing a lot of testing to make sure we have proper procedures in place. Board and commission meetings have been canceled through the end of May. The exception is the Civil Service Commission and Disability Board did have necessary business. Disability Board met last night. I think the City Civil Service Commission meeting is coming up. City buildings and municipal court are closed through at least May 4th until we hear more details from the governor. Judge Wayne Stewart reached out to me today, and if he's watching tonight, I got your message. I just didn't get a chance to call you back. We're gonna regroup probably Thursday on what will happen with the court. City special events, I think this is all, I reported this last time. Volunteer programs, recreation programs are canceled through June. And our major summer special events are also canceled. We will be making a decision on summer recreation programming probably by mid-May. Let's see. Let me hit on a couple police slides and then I can pause real quick. As I mentioned already, police is very busy. They're continuing to respond to complaints regarding violations of the stay home, stay healthy order. Most of this is just done by education, so my thanks to Chief Holmes and his team. We are getting ready for boating season in the summer, so Marine Patrol is preparing, and you approved a grant application last week, so we're working on that. And this isn't good news, but the good news is we have detectives, and they are actively working a number of cases, including a home invasion robbery that occurred yesterday morning. Chief, before I hand it over to you, actually, Chief Holmes, why don't you jump on at this point and maybe update, the council may have some questions about the home invasion, and you can also cover this slide while you're at it.
Sure, okay, I'm not sure if I'm on, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, that home invasion early yesterday morning, I think about 1 o'clock in the morning, Monday morning, Homeowner and his wife were sleeping, have 2 kids in the house. Bad guys broke in and with guns, tied up the mom and dad. Kids slept through it, fortunately. We responded pretty quickly after we got the call. Our detectives came in shortly after that to help assist patrol officers, and then eventually the detectives took over the case. They are working every lead they can. There's a number of questions on this one that they're working hard to answer. So we're still obviously very early into the investigation, but that's probably what I'm comfortable sharing with, at least at this point. So are there questions on this case particularly? And if not, I'll move on to the slide you see in front of you. We're continuing to answer. Go ahead.
I apologize. I'm curious, a home invasion is obviously a much more serious crime than a simple burglary, although we don't want to see either one. Just naively, not knowing anything about the crime business, I would assume, though, that with people home more often, if you want to burgle, you're almost forced to go into a home invasion situation. So is this happening a lot more regionally, or is this just a random occurrence? And should we expect it to happen more?
Well, let me answer your last comment first. This is not something I believe we should expect. I could say ever expect, but we get these very rarely on the island. I think what we're seeing more of, at least in neighboring agencies, are car thefts. People aren't home, they're not driving their car. They may not notice that it's missing days. So I know in our neighboring cities, that's been an issue for them. So we haven't had one of these home invasion robberies for a long time. I don't recall the last one, but they don't happen very often, fortunately. And it is a good reminder to everybody. I mean, bad things can happen here, even though we're in a very safe community, all things considered. It's just really a good reminder to be really vigilant. Make sure your doors are locked, watching out for your neighbors to the extent you can. So it's really upsetting, this type of a crime, particularly when it's crimes against persons versus just a simple burglary when you're not home. So we are taking it seriously and doing what we can to get to the bottom of this one.
So you haven't heard reports of it increasing in frequency in other cities around the region or anything else?
I have not, and certainly not tied to people staying at home. That's not been something I have heard.
Okay.
Chief, question, and you may or may not, for a variety of reasons, be able to answer at this point, but was the entry forced, or was the premises unlocked? Or do we know?
We do know it was forced.
Thank you.
I'll just go ahead with this slide here, just sort of overview. On the Thursday, Jesse's briefings about the PPE. We wear those when necessary. We take precautions to include taking telephone reports rather than in person. So I'm thinking about if it's a property crime or lower level crimes that don't require a in-person police response. We are doing those over the phone. I will tell you that's not our preferred method. I know some larger, super busy departments, that's what they have to do. I much prefer being able to meet people in person to discuss how they became a victim of a crime and what happened to them. But in an effort to keep officers safe and reduce the potential exposures, we have to telephone reporting. But I'm saying that certainly doesn't mean we do not take reports. I know there was a concern expressed about the police not taking a report on a smashed vehicle window and some property was taken. We did take a report. We just did it over the phone and then did some in-person follow-up after the fact, trying to get video footage and whatnot. But we are taking reports just as we always have. But the method we take them is a little bit different. If it's a lower level crime, we'll do it via the telephone. As our city manager mentioned, we do still have our detectives work hard, and even though they work remotely, they came in yesterday morning when needed to respond. They also come in to file cases and get necessary statements that they need. So The telecommuting only works to a certain extent with our police operation, obviously not with patrol folks, but the detectives work somewhat, but they do need to come in to do follow-up and interviews. So that is pretty much the overview for police department right now. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chief, this is Benson. Just a quick question. Obviously, we want to make sure that the police officers stay healthy or not put in any risk. But I've had email and conversations where people are just asking or wondering why the police, if they see people violating or not keeping socially distant, whether or not they should just mention that to these people. And I don't know if you've given instructions to police officers to say something in terms of educating people or just reminding people to stay socially distant, but again, I'm concerned about making sure that the police don't put themselves at risk.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mayor. I think it really is a balance of being proactive and remaining available for calls. I know I spoke with an officer a couple nights ago who was saying that she has gone through the parks proactively, finding people who are not doing the social distancing and proactively going out there and reminding them. I know other officers are doing that as well. We also respond to calls. We went to a call. Someone thought it was a party with people too close to each other. When we got there, it was a small party. People were at least 6 feet apart. So I think it's to the extent we can, we try to remind people we are focused on education, as I've said a number of times. I don't think it's realistic to expect officers to stop and try to contact every person or people when they're not doing the social distancing. But I think the general idea is we're trying to be visible, we're trying to be proactive, we're trying to also be mindful of not exposing ourselves too many times, because I mean, the reality is we need our officers to be at the ready for when real emergencies happen. And again, a couple nights ago with that home invasion, I want officers to be ready. And so trying to balance the proactive educational component of the social distancing part of the order with just being really mindful of reducing potential exposures. It's hard. It's hard on the officers. They're trying to do their level best to sort of do multiple things at the same time. So I appreciate the question, and I hope my response gives some appreciation to the community of the position the officers find themselves in.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions for Chief Holmes?
I just have a quick comment. I just want to piggyback on what the chief said and sort of also keeping in mind the parks decision. Right at that same corner where the home invasion, there was a bicyclist that was hit by a car, I think 3 days before, and there was a police officer there directing traffic and also an aid car from fire department. I think it just really brings into perspective that, we need our officers, capable and, healthy and able to respond to some of the, real emerging needs that we have on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Lisa Andro. I just want to thank you, Chief, for everything you guys are doing and, to keep the community safe. I think we're seeing a big disparity in terms of a city like Mercer Island and a city like Seattle, where things are kind of not good. And where here we have, really excellent policing and an adherence to enforcing the laws but not in an overly rigid way, but, to make sure people get help and make sure people get directed in the right way. And, I think it really enhances the quality of life in our community. And I appreciate it, especially in this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Jesse, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I probably, just given the time, won't invite all the directors to speak to their slides. Oh, whoops.
Jesse, you're there.
Sorry, I was muted. We were getting feedback. I was just saying I probably won't invite all the directors to comment on the individual slides for their department given the time, but I do want you to hear from Chief Heitman on fire operations, because we've really been doing a great job protecting our staff, and I thought it would be appropriate to have him comment. Chief, are you there?
I am here.
All right.
Well, the good news is, council, we are still at full staffing. We have not had any exposures as of yet. I receive a report every day from King County Department of Public Health. They review all the calls that we go on and determine whether or not we had a potential for that type of exposure. We adopted full PPE early on, and I think that that's made a huge difference for us. We've also been very aggressive in ordering PPE. And so right now we have a good supply of items that will last us at least for 10 weeks. Some we have much more than that. And so we're keeping an eye on that as it goes. Deputy Chief Mandela actually went down today to the warehouse and picked up some gloves because we weren't running low, but we were starting to get a little bit low. So we're keeping an eye on that. The call volume goes up and goes down. We're up again about 17% for last week for that same time period. The last 2 days have seemed like it slowed down a little bit. So it's kind of typical for us. You never know how many calls you're going to have in one day. But we have adopted a bunch of policies that have allowed us to keep our response at a high level. And very proud of what we've done. The King County Fire Chiefs Association, along with King County EMS and the Department of Public Health, actually established a website and came up with policies ranging from how to clean the apparatus, how to hand off patients, whether or not to transport, whether or not to leave at home, how do we go to a deceased person, and then how do we make the handoff to the coroner. And so there's a number of things that we have developed. And this website's now being utilized by 26 countries and across the nation because we're ahead of the game. And so we've done a very good job with that, very proud of that. And again, I think that's a big reason why we have not had the exposures that some areas have had to our personnel. The good news is that the University of Washington is moving forward on antibody testing, which will be very helpful. It's going to give us a little bit more accurate picture on how many people have actually had the coronavirus to date and whether or not they built immunity, and give us a little bit better picture on the mortality rate, because doing what they call the PCR testing, it tests for the active virus, but that also increases your statistics because you're only testing people that are showing symptoms. And so as that comes forward, I think that's going to help us make some of those decisions that the governor wants information on as far as what can we start reopening, where can we go from here. Any questions for me?
Does any council member have a question for the chief?
Just want to say thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right.
City manager? Yeah.
Yeah, why don't I keep going then? Whoops. Youth and Family Services, I've provided a couple updates previously. We are using telemental health services or video counseling for Islanders. Our wait list has been pared down just a little bit. Last week, geriatric specialist Betsy Zuber joined me on the Thursday briefing, and she continues to provide services to Island seniors. It's been a great partnership. Betsy's been helping many aspects of the operation and the rest of the city understand how we might connect with seniors, particularly that are homebound. Our food pantry continues to provide food gift cards at the Mercer Island Community Center. We have seen an uptick, certainly to be expected, in requests for food assistance and financial assistance. And the Healthy Youth Initiative is launching a virtual med take back campaign in conjunction with King County's Med Project. And normally this time of year, we do a drug take back day. We're not able to do that because of COVID-19. So this initiative will allow people to collect their medicine and mail it through a certified process. So that is Youth and Family Services. Community Planning and Development. I mentioned earlier, we're processing fee payments for all permits now, and we have resumed issuing permits that do not require additional public notice. So before anyone panics about what this means, prior to the pandemic, we had a number of permits that were right at the finish line, and then we weren't able to take payments because we had all deployed to teleworking. So for those permits that are at the finish line that can make the payment, we can actually issue the permit now. But remember, many of these construction projects are still currently limited by the governor's orders. The planning department staff are working on plans to resume operations. When and how that will happen, we still don't know. This is a pretty critical part of our planning process. And I already mentioned this previously, but public meetings and hearings in front of the design commission, the planning commission, and or the hearing examiner are all canceled in May. We're tentatively thinking we might be able to resume in late June or early July. We just don't know. So we'll be staying tuned for more information from the state. Parks and Recreation, I think I've hit most of this. Just a reminder, even though athletic fields are closed, the formal athletic fields, the open grass areas are open. There's been some confusion about that. The community center is closed, and we are taking reservations, albeit cautiously, for summer use at the community center, picnic areas, and sports fields. If that changes down the road, we'll make a correction. A number of our facility rentals that were canceled, particularly, and this is awful, all the weddings that got canceled, we are working to rebook those parties out into the future. So more to come on what our summer looks like in Parks and Recreation. I think like everything right now, just too much is unknown for us to make any sort of decisions at this point. Public Works, really busy behind the scenes. Again, they're one of our essential services, keeping our roads open, following up on anything that's a regulatory requirement, including things like safety, sanitation, stormwater, and a number of our Public Works staff are also supporting EOC operations. We do, and I think what I need to do here is I probably need to come back to the council with a more comprehensive update on our capital projects, because some are suspended, but some are going forward. It's a bit of a mishmash, so let me get back to you on that. Now is the time, right, to get all of that essential road work done while nobody's on the road. So many of those projects are moving forward. And again, Public Works, just like the rest of the team, is thinking about how we begin resuming services. And we are responding to emergencies. So if you have a utility emergency, we're still in business. Maybe before I dive to finance, did anyone have any questions on YFS, Parks, or Public Works?
I do. Early on, I think I got the impression from Cindy Goodwin or from you that YFS wanted only gift cards and not food donations. But I saw something somewhere recently, I can't recall where, that implied they were accepting food now as well. Did I misunderstand on one end or the other?
We had, and Cindy, if she's online, she can jump in. We had an ad running, an old ad running on Channel 21 that may have been, it was asking for food donations, so we pulled that down. Our preference is still gift cards. We're not taking food donations. Cindy, are you there? Can you offer any clarification?
I can. Jesse, you said it exactly. That's it. We're still doing food cards because that ensures safety for both the patron and YFS staff. So that's all that we're doing right now. And it was an old slide. So we'll be doing that. We foresee doing that for a while until really the stay healthy order is really lifted to where people don't need as much social distancing. We'll do that for quite a while.
Okay, thank you. And you helped me remember that is where I saw it, was I think on your Thursday broadcast, so that makes total sense.
Any other questions? Parks, Public Works, YFS? Nope, everybody's tired, ready to go home? All right, I gotta move. Just a few more slides here. Finance, absolutely working like crazy behind the scenes, particularly with me, on financial projections related to COVID-19. We have a lot of data compiled since April 7th, and we'll be bringing that to you on at the May 5th council meeting. We are working on a whole bunch of financial operations, cleanup, just workflows, cross-training, some things that we talked about previously. Like all the departments, I've asked everybody, make sure you've got a line of succession. We are still experiencing illnesses within our workforce, although fortunately not a lot. But this is a high priority citywide to make sure we always have coverage in case somebody is out, particularly with a prolonged illness, given that we're in the middle of a pandemic. City's Attorney's Office, this is a fairly general update. BO has his hands full working with a couple of major priorities. He's also handling anything related to court appearances. Everything within our own municipal court is currently suspended. And when I come back on May 5th, I'll probably have an update on court operations. We are continuing to process and respond to records requests, and actually doing a pretty good job staying on top of that. So we've been able to go mostly remote with that function. The team of, this is funny, this is a Microsoft Teams shot of us probably yesterday, I think, or last week, with Ross with his funny hair on. Human Resources, our IT folks, and the City Manager's Office, we're covering a lot of territory right now. IT, I have to give them a shout out. Actually, I should say IGS. They have been working literally around the clock to keep us working remotely and doing a fantastic job. So my thanks to them. Allie's busy, and the HR team really busy right now. We've covered this, and yeah, I'm busy too. All right, that concludes the end of my report. If you had any questions or anything else that we can cover while we've got the directors on, we'd be happy to do that.
Does anybody, the council, have a question for the city manager?
Oh, thanks, Jesse. I know you're working a ton of hours and really doing a great job, so we appreciate it.
I'd just like to give a shout out and a thanks to Chief Heidman and the fire department. We had a medical emergency in our house a week or two ago, and his crew came out. They were all of their proper PPE. They were there within minutes. Got the family member transferred to Overlake Hospital where they spent the night. Everything worked out okay at the end. It was a scary time. I'm glad they were there and still on duty. Much appreciated.
You bet. Anytime you need us.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Jesse, I think on behalf of the entire city council, I'll take the liberty of saying it, but I want to just thank you and your entire staff. I mean, I think it's obviously you're the face of the leadership there, but we know that behind you, your whole entire leadership team and the rank and file, everybody's working very hard. And I think we certainly appreciate it. I hope the community does as well. So thank you again.
Thank you. Certainly team effort. Absolutely.
Well, you're still on, you're still leading the way here. Other business, planning schedule.
Yes, and I've done it again. I do not have the planning schedule in front of me. So May 5th, we will have a council meeting, and the bulk of that meeting will be finance report. In fact, council, I'm going to be honest with you, I think you'll have a finance presentation probably every city council meeting here forward, not only because it's a budget year, but because we have a number of near-term impacts we have to address. And again, I said this a moment ago, I'll say it again, we're planning to resume in-person public comment on the 5th, and we have some more testing to do, but I'm optimistic that it's gonna work and we'll have a procedure in place. So I look forward to seeing everyone again on May 5th.
Great, thank you. Next on the agenda is council member absences. So is there gonna be any absence for the next couple months, I guess?
You guys can't go anywhere.
Well, since we're allowed to meet remotely, I don't know how you could be absent.
All right, I'm assuming that the answer is no. So next we go to council member reports, and I'll start with council member Rosenbaum.
Nothing to report. I was thinking maybe for our next council meeting, we could all take advantage of Takeout Tuesdays and maybe give a shout out to our favorite restaurant for our next meeting.
Not a bad idea. Councilmember Reynolds.
I think I haven't already said, but thank you.
Councilmember Anderall,
Nothing new, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
All good, thank you.
Councilmember Neese,
Nothing for me.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Disability Board met yesterday afternoon and approved one long-term care request to the tune of, I think it's $30,000 plus minus a month, and approved a bunch of expenditures that have been made on the health reimbursement side. And so we got caught up with past business.
Great, thank you. I just have a few things. I know it's getting late, but on April 10, I, along with several members of the King County Regional Water Quality Committee, we signed a letter addressed to King County Executive Dal Constantine, asking him to reconsider a proposed 9.5% rate increase relative to the stormwater waste treatment in 2021. The committee members felt that this rate increase was significantly higher than what had been originally anticipated and was out of line given the economic crisis that we all face. We haven't heard anything back from King County Executive, but I'll keep you apprised if anything comes up. I guess the last thing I just wanted to say that and it's been mentioned here before a couple times now, but the irony of this social distancing is that it is helping to bring the community together in certain respects. And obviously we have now the Mercer Island Emergency Management volunteers and the We Love MI campaign. And I've gone to the website, and I definitely encourage people, all the council members, to go there if you haven't already. And there's a number of ways you can support small businesses, YFS, and also the schools through the Mercer Island Schools Foundation. So check it out, and I look forward to having that presentation made at the next situation briefing, Jesse. So that's it here, and I guess there being no further business to come before the council, the time is now 9:02 and the meeting is adjourned. However, if you folks can just remain seated until broadcast is officially terminated. Thank you.